PKA 756 with our guest Tavarish. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load, our wonderful merchandise, and Harry's. We'll learn more about all of that later. Actually, you're not going to learn more about Lock and Load. There's no new discoveries. You're going to hear the same thing I've been saying for years.
I mean, might do a variation of the joke.
I might do a variation of a joke, but even that'll be repeat. So, look forward to that, guys.
I've never heard of it. Wait, can you tell me, just do a quick 35 minutes on it, please?
No. I think we should spend a quick hour, just a crisp hour on. Yeah. You think people would like that? We front load the sponsors and we try and fail to make it organic. It's like, Woody, that game you've been playing reminds me of how much I've been coming. And and coupon code jizz. But anyway, Freddie, been a minute.
Last time you were on, you had a flood damaged $2 million McClaren that you were bringing back to life.
Yes.
Where is that now?
So it is still being brought back to life. It actually, I thought it was going to be a lot easier than it actually was. And it's very, very hard. Now, what happens in a lot of these projects is like any project, scope creep. So scope creep means that we first set out to do just a regular rebuild. So we want to rebuild the car as it was when it left the showroom. And then we decided, well, why not, if we have this car in this shape, why not make it a little bit more, why not make it more notable? Why not do something really special? So we decided to make the fastest McLaren in the world. So right now, the fastest McLaren in the world is it's a car called the Speedtail. And its top speed is about 250 miles an hour. So we're trying to beat that. And the P1, which is the flood car that I have, originally came with a hybrid system. So it had a high voltage battery, and it was a hybrid hypercar. So we took that hybrid out. We built the engine. So the engine is now producing, the car combined before was producing somewhere around 900 horsepower. Now on engine alone, it should be 1400. So we lowered the weight, added power, and now I just got done. I just came from the UK a few days ago, and I talked to the original designer of the car. His name is Frank Stephenson, and he designed the car, and he wanted to get in touch with me because he wanted to design a custom body for my car. So the original designer of the car is we're making a one-off thing for top speed, and it's just turning into this big thing. So hopefully in the next few months, it should be all together. But right now, suspension is in Poland getting rebuilt. The exhaust is in upstate New York. I have stuff getting powder coated. So it's not exactly like it is on TV, where in half an hour they go oh, the customer's on his way. We got to get the car ready. Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. You said scope creep, and I'm right. They probably didn't know this would be rusted or underestimated the extent of the electrical damage. No, fastest car in the world. Yes, that's compelling content.
Yeah. And I think if we have the ability to do something interesting, why not? Because one thing about this car is most people, when they buy this car, obviously it costs a lot of money, so they don't really drive them. They leave them as they were from the factory, and they're cleaning them with a cloth diaper or something. But for me, I got the car and it was in its worst state, so I could put tools on it, I can sit on it, I can do whatever I want. And every time I take off a bolt, I'm making the car better. So if, why don't we build it to a better, standard than it was originally.
How will you go about testing its top speed? I-40?
Yeah. Well, 3 a.m, the witching hour.
Those salt flats. I've seen that.
Exactly. Well, salt flats are interesting. The problem with salt flats is you lose a lot of speed unless your car is specifically made for it. There are harder packed surfaces and kind of softer packed. But salt flats, you really need to have a car that's built for that. So you have tires that are probably a little bit narrower, and it does a number on the car. So I'm not going to be doing that. What I'm going to do is about an hour and a half away from where I live, I have the NASA runway, the Cape Canaveral. So it's 3 miles long. So that's where the space shuttle landed. And they right now you can actually rent that out for top speed runs. So they do,
Did you say 3 miles long?
3 miles long, yeah.
At 250 miles an hour, I mean, it's incalculable. That's not a lot of time.
It's not, but I mean, I wager the car should get to above 220 or like about 215 to 220 in the first, say, like half mile. But after that, it's a real slog, and you're carrying a lot of speed. So nobody's really done this, especially with this car, because from the factory, the top speed was 217 miles an hour. So realistically, nobody knows what's going to happen to the aerodynamic profile after that. And we're putting out so much power on the engine, and we're going to the tippy top of the rev range. So
you say who's going to be behind the wheel?
So my friend, and I'm
he's got a Jeremy.
He's got his own Stig. Yeah.
You say this, it is the Stig. So it is. It's my friend Ben Collins, who was Top Gear Stig. Yeah.
All right. Well, that
was so on the nose, Taylor.
That's perfect. Yeah. Like
you have your own Stig.
I was gonna tease and be like, "Oh, you're spending all that money, and you're not even gonna be the one pushing it to the limit." But if you literally have the Stig,
yes,
that would be silly not to use him.
Yeah, and he is one of these guys that he's very like posh, and he's very soft spoken. But the second you get him into a car, he becomes the most he becomes aggressive, and he becomes not confrontational, but you can tell that he wants to be the fastest thing on the track. Mm-hmm. So, and he's also a guy that did all the stunt driving for like James Bond. So he did the Daniel Craig Bond movies. He's done some stuff for Marvel, Fast and Furious. So he does very technical car work. So he knows his way around a car, and he's also driven the Veyron to top speed, which is 250 something miles an hour. And he told me that that was on a public road. So
sick.
It seems like he has a little bit of experience with this. I've never been that fast in a car. I've never been past 180. I'd like to go pretty fast. I don't want to go
so fast.
There were a couple Stigs, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Is your friend the one that beat Lewis Hamilton?
No. So they had, I'm not sure. So this is the Stig that everybody sort of like Top Gear in its heyday. So in the middle seasons, that was the Stig that everybody kind of grew. Like when Top Gear was growing, he was the Stig. Originally they had a black Stig, like a black suit Stig. And then he did some interview with like either a radio interview or some interview where he said, "Oh yeah, I'm the Stig," and then they had to fire him. And then and for the show, they fired him from like they put him in a Jaguar and put nitrous on it and then fired it off an aircraft carrier. And then they had a new Stig with a white suit. So he was a Stig with a white suit. But then there was a whole hubbub about like Ben Collins coming out with a book saying I am the Stig, and then there was a thing about that, and then they kind of retired him. But that was, I think, season like 13 or 14. But I mean, it might be later than that.
Yeah, I knew they had a lot of Stigs. Like almost all my Top Gear watching experiences from those specials, but I have seen like the little jokey ones, like. They love the Americans are big fat idiots joke on there, especially Jeremy Clarkson, who is himself fat. And so do you remember the fat American Stig?
Yes, rig Stig.
They got this big fat guy, and he's like, "It's the American Stig." And then they like had him race around, and it was
Did
like,
he drive well?
Come on, I mean, better than I could, but not as good not as good as the real Stig.
Yes. Yeah. No, it was really funny. They had the Stig's African cousin, the Stig's Italian cousin, where he just gets out of an RV, with a bunch of girls following him. Yeah. There's the Australian one. He just has like a giant like dong imprint in his pants. So yeah, they did a lot of fun stuff. But he was the one that. Did a lot of the main sort of like when you saw Top Gear become the thing that it is today. Well, not the thing that it is today, but when it was in his heyday, he was the guy.
Okay. Well, then if he can't break the record, then the car's just not up to snuff yet.
Yeah, I just didn't build it right. I just should have tightened that bolt a little more.
What are you gonna do if like it's like 1 mile per hour low? Like you already have the place rented. Are you going to be like, all right, all the seats are gone. Like, so you're going to have to squat, Mr. Stig. I'm sorry. And try to drive. It's going to be uncomfortable for a bit. Do you need a windshield? 100%.
I think at 250 miles an hour, you probably need a windshield because like a rock or let's say a bug, a bird, like that'll take your head off.
It just goes slower. It's less aerodynamic without it.
Yeah, it would because it would act like a big brake. But yeah, it's if we're like
what
a mile an hour,
the rear windshield too, Kyle? Think it through
and duck.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be fun. The reason why I did top speed is because it seems like when I was a kid, I always thought that having a car that is the fastest in the world at something was a big deal. Yeah, cars can go around tracks and stuff, but there's no frame of reference, especially when you're a kid. But if you're like, hey, this car is like super crazy fast, like this is the fastest thing that's ever been put on a road, then like I something clicked with me. So when I was a kid, that was the McLaren F1. And the McLaren F1 is still the fastest naturally aspirated car, which means that doesn't have turbos or superchargers. So it went 241 miles an hour, and that was in the early 90s. And not only did it do that, it won like Le Mans and a bunch of other races. It was this high horsepower, low weight car made by this guy named Gordon Murray. And now it's $20 million. Now it's a car that is unattainable. I don't have any way of ever buying it unless like even if it burned absolutely to the ground, it would still be worth way more than what I can get like if I sold everything, I couldn't buy a burned version of this car. So but now I think the P1 was that's the F1. That's slick. It's so cool. Me and
P1 the fastest overall.
So the P1 is it's supposed to be the spiritual successor to the F1. The P1 got away from the top speed stuff because they wanted to focus more on lap times and like that sort of thing. So it had active aero, and they didn't focus on. So that's the P1.
Wow.
And they didn't focus on top speed or big numbers, but it was like part of what they call the hypercar holy trinity. And it was a hybrid car, and they were trying to roll out this new technology back in 2010 to 2013. So they had big batteries, and they could do things that other cars couldn't. And now that technology is pretty obsolete. So I did a bunch of stuff to the engine, made the engine bigger. I strengthened the internals of the engine. So we also have turbos made by the original company that made the turbos for this car. It's a company in the Netherlands called Tachyon, and they like they CAD designed a turbo, like two turbos for this car as a
We're
prototype.
talking about the McLaren again now.
Yes.
I got lost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, sorry. So this is talking about like my car, my P1, the build that I'm doing, and it's just we've done a lot. And sorry, like my apologies. I do talk about this a lot, so I get like animated and
you're passionate. It's good.
Probably talk to people who know more about cars than me most of the time.
Good.
So I need more hand holding.
And I don't think you've ever spoken to someone who knows less about cars than me. I like when we have like car centric guests on. In my head, I'm like, I could think of a good question and like something that is interesting about cars, and then I'll realize immediately that like all my questions are like, what's the coolest car? Like
that's half the question I want to know. That's pretty. What's the most attractive car?
Good,
according to you?
Yeah, cars. Yay or nay?
Yeah. What's your opinion on four wheels? Is that enough?
Of the go fast cars, which one's the best looking?
I know it's got to be at least four wheels because those three-wheeled ones look ridiculous and I don't like them.
They do, and they're really hard to turn. I mean, listen, we could talk about something other than cars. I've been in the UK doing events and stuff, and believe me, I've had my share of talking about cars. Let's talk about how you guys doing. I haven't talked to you guys in a while.
Doing pretty good. Getting railroaded by these fucking contractors trying to tell me it's going to be $250,000 to do some stuff to my house.
Have you talked to a second contractor yet?
I was just playing it up. The second guy actually is supposed to come out to my house tomorrow at like 9. or so. And
I really
so
wanted to hear more.
Yeah.
This is my favorite internet drama going on right now, Taylor's renovation.
Yeah, drama between me and just at this point one contractor. One guy who's like, and it's like he must have thought I just fucking fell off the back of an apple cart when he was like, "Oh, this gonna be $120,000." Like, really? Because everywhere online
things again. They were asking. Chat was asking me, and I couldn't recall it very accurately. Well, part of what makes me think that he was just goosing a bunch of numbers is he told me, basically, Freddie, I had this guy out, and I'm like, I want an egress window in my basement. There's already a pretty large window there. Shouldn't be an ordeal. Then I want to rough out for a bath. I want to add a bathroom in my basement. Maybe finish out the gym, do some flooring and bathroom remodeling upstairs. But this conversation was just about the basement. Okay. And it's like, it's a big project to add a bathroom, but it's also like, when he told me like, oh, minimum $100,000, I was like, okay, would you mind? You know, and I was polite. I wasn't being cunty. I was like, okay, you know. He's like, yeah, it's so expensive nowadays, and I'm like, I bet. Can you send me an email? Seen. Yeah, it's the worst I've ever seen. He's like, can you send me an email, like just kind of a breakdown? And he was like, definitely, 100%. I will send you my itemized estimation of this project. And I like reclarified. I'm like, and so the 100,000 minimum. That's not for finishing the gym. That's not for any of this stuff. It's just for the bathroom part of this. And
yeah,
he was
my camera just died. Give me 1 second.
He's still there in audio, in spirit with us. He was like, yeah, just for that $100,000. The gym part won't be too expensive. There's nothing needed there other than a little bit of extra lighting for like can lighting overhead, and then of course the rubber flooring, which I could install myself. And he still has not emailed me. It's been over a week. I sent a little follow-up contact to him, like, hey, would you mind sending that email over?
No, tell him everyone else is coming in at 500,000. It's crazy that you're so low. Like start out like that.
That would be funny. Yeah, everyone else is going to be 7-8 million. We're talking like they're using those bolts that the Navy has commissioned that are $7,000 a piece, and so right. That's what those Navy nails are, doing me in. But yeah, I'm. Got the second guy coming out tomorrow, and then I think third and fourth guy should be early next week. One of them was supposed to be earlier this week, and he had to reschedule. So hopefully I can get it figured out. I'm not in a huge rush, but I feel like that's the time you want to do these projects.
Taylor. If he's late during the sales call, I'm sure he'll be on time for the actual delivery.
Exactly. It's like you couldn't even send out an itemized lie to me.
Like or the other guy who didn't show up for the estimate.
That's true. Yeah. And if I recall, the name of the company of the guy who didn't show up was like budgets to the max, or like some playing up the budgetary aspect of it. So he probably wasn't
lowest bidder.
They're probably dealing with the storm damage, right? There's like tons of houses there in Missouri fucked up. I bet they've got all the work that they can do and more.
Yeah, how extensive was that? Every time I hear about tornadoes, it's like one house. Not every time, of course, but like oftentimes.
Tornadoes are so fickle. Like you can have like three houses.
Temperamental.
No, there's they switch direction all the time, back and forth, and so like you'll see pictures of like Joplin, or a Joplin bad example. That whole town got leveled, but other towns where it's like, holy shit, that house is deleted, gone, torn to shreds. And the house 3 over needs minor shingle work. Mm-hmm. Like it's not like a hurricane where it's just a path of total destruction. It's smaller and it changes direction all the time. And so most of the people I know who had damage, it's just roof. I don't know anybody who got like sucked up.
Away.
Yeah, nobody got sucked.
No, that's when you got a real tornado, when people are getting sucked up and taken somewhere else. When they find bits of them in another county. When those wooden posts are driven through concrete walls, that's when you know Mother Nature put on a show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I haven't heard the tornado alarms in over a week now, and so we're probably out of the. How
much do you think those guys get? How much do they get paid? Those storm chaser guys, because they make it sound like it's an occupation that you can go to school for, but I think it's just an asshole with a camera.
Yeah, that seems like you could just learn everything you needed on YouTube.
Yeah, even that. I don't even think you need to bother with the YouTube.
The only question is like, how close is too close? And then, Google AI will be like 60 feet or like something like that. And then you take that to the bank and you just kind of stay further than 60 feet away.
Do the storm chasers drive special cars?
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they have like really tricked out fast trucks with armored paneling. But sometimes it's just a guy in a Volkswagen with passion in his heart, Woody. And that's the kind of guy that I want to watch. I don't want to watch some guy who's got funding, who's got a $300,000 tornado.
Yeah. I want a guy who's in it for the love of the game.
That's got, yes.
I want a guy who's car
Have you guys seen the new Twisters?
I have not.
No.
I haven't seen the original Twister.
I saw the original. CGI, okay. We were still learning.
What? It's good. Hard to disagree. First of all, that was like 94. I saw that shit in theaters. I believed every minute of it. Those cows look real. Those cows look real. I was 10, but the cows look real.
You were 8 years old. Of course.
I think Kyle needs to take a rewatch.
Dorothy, the whole bit. There's like, what's in F5? Like, finger of God. They have that fucking intense scene at the breakfast table.
I've seen that clip, and it's the most embarrassing thing.
It's not at all. It's hard. Everybody's like, oh.
Dude, everyone gets
Seymour
quiet.
Hoffman's the bad guy. He's the bad like tornado chaser. He's the one with all the funding and the sick. And he's got a team, multiple vehicles. He's got the sick storm truck. Yeah.
But does he have a bed filled with ping pong balls? I think not.
No, he didn't. Dorothy is the machine's name, I think. No, I didn't see the new one because I saw the old one and I thought it was so good. I didn't think I needed to see the new one. And I think
you shouldn't rewatch the old one either.
Have you seen the new one and the old one, Freddie?
It lives in here.
Yeah. I've seen both. The old one is it's good because if you remember, like it's a nostalgia play, right? So if you remember certain things like the cow flying and the two twisters turning into one and them driving.
They're merging.
Yeah, they're merging. It's a really big one. Yeah, so I think
that's awful.
That's cool
good
because you were a kid back then and it wasn't really hard to impress you. However, now I'm watching the new one and it's like real bad. So a lot of people like this movie and I know people are going to be like screaming, but like, dude, it was awful because all of the characters are completely unbelievable. They're also insufferable. Like, I understand that there's an element of like you have to be on a spectrum to go storm chasing. Like it just happens, but it's so on the nose. Like the main character, it's like a pretty woman, and she had a bad experience with the tornado. I think like when she was a kid, her dad got stuck up in a tornado. Yeah, right?
Did it molest her
with that tornado?
Exactly.
That tornado killed her dad.
Yeah,
that tornado gave me treats behind school, and he lured me into his van.
It knows what it did. So she has some history with that. But then she's part of some storm chasing thing. Like she's a scientist, like a meteorologist or something. And then, but like she seems like she hates all of it. And then the bad guy who's like, the bad guy is actually the good guy. He's like a bad boy, but he also like went to school. So he's good looking and he has like a PhD and he has like all the charisma in the world and he does cool stuff. He's a YouTuber, by the way. And I love how movies portray exactly like him. Like, and also I'm
that's
not
your
gonna,
average YouTuber. That
exactly.
right.
That's what a YouTuber, a meteorologist YouTuber, by the way.
He's from the gaming space, most likely.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah. So also, I'm not a like this isn't super red pill to me, but like honestly, if you look at him and you look at her, there is an imbalance here. Like I think he's a little bit more pretty than the main character.
Hard agree.
And what I think
so much better.
He's beautiful.
And like listen, he's a beautiful man. No, but what I think is originally
she's trash. Show her again, Zach.
I need to see her again, Zach. Who is this person we're talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. Nobody even knows the fucking name.
You know what's funny is I did see the first picture and I'm like, she's pretty. And then I saw him and I was like, wow.
No,
that's a man.
So what I think is initially they had this role for somebody else, like maybe a Scarlett Johansson or something like that. They wanted to attach some like Sydney Sweeney or something, right?
Yeah.
And then they couldn't get her, so now it's like, all right, we need a second or third string, but we still got this guy on board because he signed a contract for 5 movies after Top Gun. So like I think that probably is what happened. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Look at that. Makes no sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense.
I find her pretty charming.
It looks like his dykey sister. Perfect. Get out of here.
Get out of here. You deserve better, sir. Look at him in that hat.
Come on.
Look how high her chin is. Look how high her chin is. That's haughty. That's haughty chin.
That's haughty chin. Kyle, perfect analysis. And look at that. Do you know how much of a tard I would look like if I popped that hat on? Do you know how much fat would be up to be to pull that hat off? Yeah, well, okay, a larger hat.
Look at her jawbone. That is a good-looking woman.
Yeah,
okay. Well, there. You go. I'm not saying she's not good looking. Listen. I'm not trying to denigrate, her looks or anything like that. I just think that
small.
there is an element of like one is obviously a movie star and the other one isn't. Maybe she cashed in, a favor or something. Maybe it's one of those maybe she's the cousin of somebody on set or whatever.
Nepo baby.
Maybe a Nepo baby. Like I like how we're just saying like all this crap. She might be a great.
I got your back on this, no matter where you go.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. I've already decided I'm all in.
Like, I'm on the other team. I think she's delightful.
Yeah, you could go anywhere you want with
it's
this.
It's not that she's ugly. She's definitely crazy to say she's ugly. She's a pretty girl. But that guy's fucking. That guy's a stunner.
Yeah, he was one of the main characters in Top.
Start a country music career. He doesn't even need to be able to sing.
If I was like at the park hiking with my girlfriend and I saw that guy coming the other direction on the path, I'd have to like make up an animal I saw. Be like, "Whoa, sweetheart, get a load out there." No, I think if we look for another 15 seconds, maybe we'll see it again. No, it was a whole family of bears. So that's what it was. Yeah, no.
I guess they just flew away. Sorry. Yeah.
So the movie sucked.
I think Hollywood in general has been. I think there's an effort to uglify the ladies and to lower the American male standard when it comes beauty standard for women. I think it's a vast conspiracy. It began in video games and it's trickled down into the movie industry. And we've just got to hope that Sydney Sweeney learns to act in the next 3 years before she expires.
So Sydney Sweeney is a really so I met her 3 years ago, something like that, and we did an event. Apparently she's a car person. She built like this Ford Bronco or something, so we met for like an eBay Motors event, and I had no idea who she was. She apparently did some Euphoria, the HBO show Euphoria. She did some scene where she was topless or something, and then she had like Good Morning America coming and talking about that, so they're like, what's it like? What is it like for your grandma to know what it, to see you have sex or something? And I'm like, okay, this is just fucked. Like,
your grandma probably isn't watching.
Exactly. But no, she was totally nice. What I like is that now, her, I guess she's embracing her sexuality and whatever. Isn't she selling her bathwater or something like that?
I saw.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell if it was real or not.
It's real. So it's bars of soap with droplets of gamer girl water in them, which is, I'm going to say, Belle Delphine walked so that Sydney could run.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because she was selling like vials of her gamer girl bath water. They tasted awful. But it was a whole vial.
Yeah, I don't think you're supposed to drink it, but yeah, I get it. Yeah.
You can drink it. You can drink
it. You could drink anything if you want to, yeah.
People are saying it.
I'm glad you're on my team.
Runs. Don't ask, not that I would know. People say
no. Yeah, that's horrid. To buy someone's bathwater product, like what?
Cute.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can just look at her tits online.
You look at anything online. I got links. Are we still on? Are we on to Sydney Sweeney, or are we still talking about Belle Delphine?
I don't think it matters. I don't believe you. I want to see. Anyway,
I suspect Kyle has links for either one. You just ask for it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think I agree with the uglification of Hollywood, but I think it's just like with politics. There's like an ebb and flow, and sometimes it ping pongs and goes from one extreme to the other. And now it's like, so in the 90s, it was like stick figure thin with giant boobs and no butt, and then those women were like the babes, like the 90s babes, and then the 2000s that became a little bit more thick, and then 2010s was like Kim Kardashian. And Kim Kardashian was like, you have to have a giant BBL ass. And now it's like everything's kind of out of proportion. Like if you look at, especially my Instagram For You page, it's just giant everything. But I think that's coming into the mainstream. And now you have like Sydney Sweeney, where she has like, interesting, features and that sort of thing. And we're going back into that like babe era. So I think there's going to be like I guess the millennials, or what's the the generation after millennials.
Z.
Yeah, Z. Like, so those might be the boomers of this, this century. The Zoomers. But I mean, like in terms of the mentality with like women and politics and all that stuff, was like, well, back in my day, like I think you're going to see that a lot in them.
Every time I watch them, I've been doing this recently. I've been watching some like 80s and some 70s stuff, and it's like it's shocking how like sexualized it is, and how like the women are like bodacious bombshells with titties out everywhere, and they don't talk too much.
No, dude.
And the violence is like ridiculous. It's like, man, I thought that we were the ultra violent generation. Like that, everything seems so tempered, so tamped down now compared to some of that ultra violent. And especially with the titties and the nudity and the way that was treated. And I remember thinking when I was like maybe 18 or 19, I was going to buy a horror movie. And I was like, all right, I want to rent one at the time. I was like, all right, I want a slasher with titties in it. And like I want lots of people getting stabbed. And I want at least 7.5 titties.
There's a whole slasher titty section at this.
They don't make that movie anymore. Like that used to be a whole genre of movie. It's like, all right, we're going to stab 10 women and we're going to show you 7 tits. And it costs $3.99. Bring it back Tuesday, and they don't do that anymore. You can't get that deal. That's not.
But I think
you can't get that deal. That's not on the market anymore.
The value proposition is there for sure, but I think you can get something that is, because there's a lot of indie movies, and now the VFX artists and all that, like they can make something that looks pretty realistic if they have a lot of talent. And there are a lot of like back in the 80s and 90s, there were like these B slasher movies, right? The really cheesy, it has like crappy special effects and stuff like that. Now, I think those people grew up and they're like, hey, what if we like actually disturbed people? Like, what if we made something that like when you close your eyes, you couldn't get that out of your mind? So they will do something. I forget what it's called. There's like something was it with a clown or something like that? He like saw somebody and, like.
The Terrifier movies are next level gruesome and gory, and to the point where it's not for me. Like
it's too much.
I watched 10 minutes of I think it started with the second one, because who needs to see Terrifier 1? Let's just start off in the second one.
Well, you got to know the story.
Yeah, no wonder you didn't like it. There's a lot of complex lore.
And right away, he's beating this man to death with a hammer, and they're just zooming in as the man's face is like slowly turned to pulp as he screams in pain. And I'm like, whoa, I'm not here for this.
Nope.
I need you to like creep around in the woods and go.
That's a horror thing. I dislike that specific gore you just mentioned, where like some bad guy is beating a neutral character to death, like in the woods with a rock, like straddling him, like smashing his head in, and they get like 4 smashes in, and then they jump cut to like a close-up of another hit on the guy's head that's already all mangled and the eyes are out, and it's like, who's that for? Like, come on. I don't
was that in Pan's Labyrinth? So in Pan's Labyrinth there was it was like a Guillermo del Toro. It's a movie about fairies, like it's a movie about fantastical beings and whatever. And then there's a scene where this guy just gets beaten to death. Like his face gets smashed in with like the bottom of a wine bottle or something, and it's just like you see it getting smashed in. Like it's pretty hyper realistic.
That's a great movie, by the way.
It is. But also just nightmare fuel.
They caught me off guard watching that movie. I thought it was going to be more whimsical.
Yeah, exactly. It is not a kids movie.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro believes in monsters clearly, because all of his movies have them. No, I like that one a lot. It's World War II, I think, too. Maybe the Italians or something. That's a good fucking movie. And his character design, his creature design, I should say, is always.
Oh yeah.
Like, ooh, I haven't seen that before. Like when you go to like H.R. Giger designed all the alien stuff, and also
it's
like if you watch Species, he that old movie, like they also borrow heavily from Giger, some of his more outrageous stuff. But yeah, it's all dicks and pussies and like big fucking big dicks. Like all of H.R. Giger's stuff is this hypersexualized, cyber sexual, biomechanical nightmare fuel, and I love it. I love the artwork. It makes a good coffee table book, and I love influence on the alien stuff. Alien and Predator, those universes are doing a lot of stuff this year. I just watched Killer of Killers on Hulu.
Okay.
It's an animated Predator movie, where you at the beginning of it is 3 humans on Earth split throughout time. There's a Viking, there's a samurai, and then there's a World War II fighter pilot for the Americans. And you watch each of them contend with a different predator split out through time in their home environments and win. And then at the end of them winning, they're kidnapped. And all 3 of them are taken to like the predator planet to fight in a gladiatorial arena against like the giant predator. And it was good. Like the animation is a little fucky. I think they used Unreal Engine to animate this thing. But once you get past that, it was pretty good. I finished it last night. I really dug it. I tried to start.
There we go. Cool.
Oh, yeah. The H.R. Geiger dick monsters got him.
That's
either
true.
that or one of his many dogs chewed a cable, and would be my guess. What is this? More monsters, Woody?
It's just relevant to Kyle's topic.
I got a whole new like error message that said he had lost connection with me. What was the last thing I said?
You're saying Sydney Sweeney's tits are really cool, and you're going to show them to everybody.
Just so big, nice nips too. Like it's
huge
hard to
fan.
combo
One
right
of these
sometimes.
days, I'll see what her face looks like.
That's what her face looks like, by the way. Yeah,
that's what her face looks like. Who the fuck is that? What a ghoul.
That guy's been stalking Arnold for 25 years.
Man, that's sad. No one in his life is like, brother,
shave it off, man.
Hey, you know, man, I was thinking,
just
brother,
let it go.
we don't get to hang out that much anymore. I was thinking we'd have a movie night, and then you then you kind of show him what's up, and then he'll realize it on his own. You don't have to bully him.
Bad hairstyle.
Although he looks like he's going to jail. He'll get bullied there 100%. The second he walks in, you think there aren't going to be comments?
Speaking of that, did you watch this like quick Twitter video I show? It's LA riots, I think, and some guy like takes a swing at one of the cops, and then all of them open up on him with pepper balls and shit. But then a random person from the crowd, a civilian, comes in with the Goldberg stunner, like fucking spears him to the ground. And then the cops seemingly are like, "He's with us, don't hurt him," and they just whoop the shit out of the initial like assaulter. It's great.
The one on X alerts. Sorry, I'm clicking all your links.
Yeah, that's it.
So I have not paid attention to anything in the news lately. The LA riots, like it seems pretty insane. So is this because of the ICE immigration raids and all that stuff?
Yeah. It's I remember like months ago reading on Reddit that there was this post that was like LAPD can handle one riot with 10,000 people, but they'll absolutely fold to 10 riots of 1,000 people. And that just kept getting pushed around, and I saw it shared a lot. And then that's kind of what's happening last week. I don't know if nothing's happening right now. I don't know. I keep looking around for like live stuff. There's so much National Guard and military presence there now. I don't think anything's gonna happen because Trump sent troops to LA, and you know the governor of LA doesn't want the troops, and I think he's suing because he's saying that Trump can't send troops that he doesn't want. But I think the Texas governor said he wanted troops, and they sent troops. So it's really interesting because it's not just LA now. It's all over the country. There's anti-ICE demonstrations, protests, rallies, and revolts.
Raleigh, but I think it's all peaceful.
There's one in Atlanta. I haven't heard anything too bad. I don't think they're
Is it mostly peaceful? Is it just fiery, mostly peaceful? One of those.
I only saw fires in LA. But I haven't been like hard scoping Seattle, and I know they're in St. Louis and all the major cities. But the LA ones have been wild. They those Waymos. I never heard of a Waymo, but apparently that's an electric car that you
driverless cars. Yeah,
driverless electric car that you can just have delivered somewhere. And they just kept calling new ones and burning them.
Why would they keep sending them?
Because it's automated. There's no people in the loop.
So is this is just an Uber service for totally self-driving cars?
A driverless Uber. Dude, they have been playing these 3, I heard, burning Waymos on a loop. Like everywhere you go, it is the wallpaper for every
they burn
news
other
agency.
cars too.
Just going. Every time a trash can burns, 12 cameras go in. Like, look at this, out of control.
I've seen a lot of videos of the rock throwing at cops and stuff.
That's
those getting circulated. That's like attempted murder.
It's so crazy, man. Like if you have like I get the protests. I understand where people are coming from. Totally get that. Like once you start like burning your own neighborhoods down, and then pretend like, oh, the powers that be aren't going to send more people and more troops and more more of their authority to subdue that. It doesn't make any sense to me. So the governor, who is this, Gavin Newsom? He's like, oh, Trump, we don't need this. It's like, meanwhile, the city's burning behind him. I feel like that's a little really stupid. So
yeah.
It played right into Trump's hands, in my opinion.
It
Like he couldn't have planned this better. I'm sure there will be like the people on the far like fringy left who are like, Trump sent agitators in, because that's often what's said whenever there's something like this, and it makes your team look bad that the other team sent agitators in, or they were paid to do this, or they were actually federal agents or something like that. But it looks like a gigantic organic riot to me. I was watching last night, or maybe the night before, and it's just this sea of people walking through the streets. Everybody's come out for the show. It's hard to find a good live stream that's like down on crowd level, though. That's what I really want to watch, is some dude like in the crowd throwing bottles.
I feel so bad.
Every live stream I see makes it look like nothing's happening. Like, oh, I missed it. Every time I look live, I missed it. I just see the Waymos burning on a loop.
Oh, I just find like the highlight clips on Twitter. Like I imagine if you sit there and like watch an actual live feed, it's going to be like, all right, well, for 30 minutes now, looks like there's a bunch of annoying people here that I wouldn't get along with, but they're doing
blowing
much.
Bubbles at the police.
Yeah. Where's the other one? Okay. I just found the live stream of the rock throwing guys. They threw like 8 rocks and then they got arrested. Okay. Where's the other ones?
It really toned down after like maybe the third day or something like that. I haven't seen any of the crazy shit.
The third day. After week 1 was the most of it. That was the worst part.
Because that's when they started like when
there's nothing left to burn.
Right about the time Trump tweeted that the National Guard was going in.
Burned down? Like we're just making shit up.
He's joking around. There's
no LA left. Yeah, it's like the LA fires. You thought that like everything was completely, down to ash, and turns out like there's still a lot of LA still fine.
And the idiots always go to the Apple store and rob it blind, but Apple just turns those items off. That now they screech, stolen, stolen, and you just see piles of them left in the street because it's screaming, "I'm stolen, arrest me." You can't turn it off.
Damn, that's going to be rough. That's going to be a rough day for the looters when they figure out that technology for TVs.
Oh, no.
Fuck, my brand new 78-inch Samsung is yelling that I'm a thief and I can't even watch sports.
Also, TVs are probably maybe that's a vestige of like a bygone era, because back in the day when people were rioting, they would take TVs or something because TVs were expensive. Now you can buy like a flat screen HD TV for like $75 in Walmart. Like it won't be the best quality, but you can get it. Like what would be the point of carrying around this giant picnic table and then like for what, like $600?
Yeah, you're right. You're just carrying it for a stronger
penny
looter.
Saved is a penny earned. Just saying.
If I were gonna loot, I don't know where I'd pick. It's almost
the Jordan store.
Focused.
Clearly,
no, because like you could only loot where other people were already looting. Like you couldn't go start up. Like if they're looting the Apple store and across the street there's like a fucking REI, you can't run in there and start stealing tents because the cops are going to be like, that's nonsense. That's bananas over there at the Apple store. Let's get the one guy.
Leadership. Be like, all right, guys, let's get the Crab Shack. No, let's do it.
That would be sick.
It's the best thing to loot.
I've got just satchels full of living crabs. I'm like bending over to pick up the escapees off the street, and they're falling out.
Yeah. That's what they call asymmetric warfare.
Home. That would be like like I'm getting bullied by the real looters. They're calling me gay because I'm stealing crabs. Yeah.
What is it in Always Sunny? Like we're crab people now?
Yeah. We're crab people. Delaware River runoff crabs. Legally, we have to throw the babies back. So as if there's any legality there.
You can't eat the barnacles, yeah.
If you guys were if you were in LA, when in Rome, as they say, where would you have the most fun looting?
Look,
if you were deciding to go all in.
if they were riding on Rodeo Drive, they would have sent the Marine Corps in by now. But that's where you want.
Yeah.
That's where you want to go. That's where all the expensive shit is. That's where you can get a $6,000 fucking sweater. That's where you want to. That's where you want to loot and riot.
What is Rodeo Drive?
In LA,
it's like it's spelled rodeo, but Rodeo Drive is like this one little strip, and there's a bunch of high end stores, and there's
nice cars. Like if you want to go like car watching in LA, like some of the hotels obviously are good places to go, but like Rodeo Drive, you're going to see Ferraris and Lambos parked on the side of the street.
Well, that seems like the right answer then. You go in.
Yeah, but you'll see real quick. You'll see real quick who who has protection and who doesn't. So if you go to the poor neighborhoods, middle class neighborhoods, nobody gives a shit. But if you go to the upper class, where the gated communities and whatnot, they tend to have armed security. They tend to have their stuff on lock. So there's a reason why none of these riots happened over there, and it's probably because a few people got their shit rocked. So
do we answer the where would you go? Rodeo Drive doesn't appeal to me. Like overpriced wallets and shit. Like it doesn't have any.
But you're stealing them. You're stealing them to resell them later.
Yeah.
You're not keeping them for yourself. Like you could.
That makes a difference, because in my head I'm like, can I get away with this crime? Because I would definitely go to a car dealership. I go to like a BMW dealership. They've got something dope, I'm sure.
How do you can't steal a car?
But you can only get one.
Get registered.
You can only steal one car.
I'm a bit of a rule breaker in this scenario.
It's the first time you get pulled over. You're getting tied to a massive crime.
They got me right away. Damn.
License and registration.
If it's a crime I need to get away with, then that changes the scenario a bit some more. I don't know what I'd take.
What about stealing people? Those are worth a lot, right?
That's true.
No, it turns out they cost a lot. The maintenance and upkeep on people is awful.
Yeah, but that's only if you intend to keep them around for a while.
Yeah, you sell them to some Saudi guy, or like just cut out their kidneys. China loves buying organs and stuff. Really? And I mean, you probably need organs everywhere. So like you could find an organ guy.
Why would China, of all countries, where they have 1 billion people, where I would think like a low population country would probably have a better organ price, don't you think?
They want powerful Western livers.
Yeah. They want a nice Irish liver that's been processing alcohol for thousands of years. It's technology they can't match. Like, how do they do it? Yeah. No, I think you're actually right. I think what I was misremembering is that China has a big organ harvesting, I guess, not organization, because I'm sure it's like, popping up here and there, not like one overarching thing. But yeah, they like kill poor people and take their organs. I heard it on a podcast years ago. Can't remember a single.
Sounds true. I heard they do.
Yeah, Joe Rogan said it, so it's fine.
Yeah, it was probably some fucking guy on Joe Rogan. I
heard they harvest prisoners from organs for prisoners. We should do that here. Why aren't we doing that? Like that could get you time off your like you're doing like 3 to 10 years. What would a kidney buy you?
You know what organs I would want from prisoners? I'd be like, I want that guy's lats. That guy's been grinding hard. And so give me that big beefy Nazi's lats, and you just kill him at the end, whatever.
Does it come with a tattoo?
SS tattoos on both shoulders.
I'm like, I didn't make this decision, guys. I got this from a Nazi organ harvester. I'm not a bad guy.
What would you
got 6 years off a sentence?
Avoid your 60 days.
I ain't giving them nothing for 60 days. I keep all my body parts.
Sperm sample? Come on, get creative.
Sperm sample? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's like
they're not going to pay me for that.
No,
all they have to do is come earn it, huh?
What about the tip of your finger? Like what are your fingers?
No, I'm not cutting anything off.
Like not even like a Johnny Depp tip, like something like like that.
No,
that's not too bad.
Nothing. They can't have anything. I'm keeping all of me. They can have some like fingernail shavings or something like that.
Right, hair.
What if they shaved off all of your hair? Yeah, all of your hair, but they made you look like intentionally ridiculous for the time that you had to serve.
Right? They shaved like a bullseye hairstyle on you.
Oh no!
But you had to keep it by law.
Oh no!
They just give you.
I'm just gonna do the time. It's not that bad.
They give you like a Costanza, but poorly, so there's still like visible stubble where you should have hair.
Just makes you look crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I'm good on that. I don't think I'd look good with a shaved head either. I got some scars up there. I bet it's all like meaty and misshapen. You never know.
But the important question is, what if they were like, you can have this giant Nazi's delts or his biceps or his some giant muscle group, and there's the technology that can do it seamlessly.
Okay, but I'd make that deal, and I'd end up with like a black guy's delts, and they wouldn't match. You know,
you'd have to pick someone of the same race, or otherwise you would look like
I'd wake up from surgery and they'd pull the switcheroo on me. I'm not taking this deal. No,
I don't know.
So.
If I had,
knows what kind of blood diseases those guys have?
If I had black delts, would I look silly? That's the only part of my body that's black. But everyone thinks I have a horrible like skin condition.
Woody, why's your dick black? I don't want to talk about it.
What was it in the Boondocks? So revitiligo.
Yeah, revitiligo. Dude, that show's so fucking funny.
I don't want any part of that.
No, I would do it. Maybe. Depends how scary it would be.
Blacked out?
Well, it depends on what you're in there for. You know,
well,
like
I wouldn't take. I would make sure that it was someone with close enough skin tone that it would be like that. Those are obviously his lats.
You're gonna look like Frankenstein when they're done.
Nah, they could do it. We can We can almost go to the moon again, Kyle. We can do this.
That's Trump cut the NASA budget. We're not going anywhere.
No sooner than 2025.
Yeah.
No sooner than 2050.
Can you imagine the laughing in NASA when they sent that message out? We read this a while ago, Freddie, where we were talking like, why the fuck don't they do some more cool shit with the moon? They haven't done it in forever. And we found a PR statement from NASA. This is probably 2022, 2023 when we talked about this on the show. And they said, they're like, we're going back to the moon, brother. Believe you me. No sooner than 2025, though. Because there's a lot of things to iron out. Now, if this is something we had done 60 years ago, I would understand your confusion here. But, this is brand new. We just can't figure it out. It's like, come on.
Good.
Get it done.
We don't have the rocket to do it right now. Like the Saturn V rocket got retired. They don't make them anymore.
Do they know how to make it? Like they saved all the paperwork, right?
They're going to use Elon's shit if they go back, and when they go back, they'll use his Dragon Starship thing he's got.
Not anymore. He's angry.
He went back on that. He look to tweet.
He's
Elon is like a 14-year-old girl on Twitter. All right, he's flip-flopped on that and apologized to the president. All right, don't worry.
What do you think Trump told him? Trump must have told him something.
I bet it wasn't Trump. Yeah. I bet Trump had people reach out to him and calm him down.
It was his 13 baby mamas. Yeah,
I would think that was it. And I also I saw the posts from Trump referencing it, and they were almost like crafted in a way to make Elon feel small. Like Elon is going hard at Trump. This is last week, which in modern politics is ancient history now. And like Trump was saying something like, sounds like he's going through a rough time. Feel bad for the guy. And like that was about it. And it's like, Elon saw that and he's like, no, I'm a bigger part of your life. You can't blow me off. I'm a big deal.
They asked Trump, do you think Elon was doing drugs in the White House? Oh, I don't know. I hope not. I wish him the best.
It just sounds so non-committal, and like it. Honestly, it just when Trump seems like the reasonable one, like wow, like that is crazy.
You've lost. Yeah.
You have absolutely lost. You know what's okay. So I'm not the biggest Trump supporter here, but like I went to the Daytona 500, and they before the race starts, everybody can sort of, if you have a VIP pass, you can go onto the track itself. So it's like this crazy bank track, and you can walk up and you can go into the pits and you can see everything, and people are setting up, and they have these like before race shows. So Pitbull was there, and they're doing all the announcing. And when we were like standing on the bank track, we see Air Force One just do a slow pass over the entire field, and everybody, there's 120,000 people there, and everybody goes nuts. They're like, yeah, and it just like dips its wing a little bit, and then does another pass, and then it lands at like an airport that's less than a mile away, and then Trump shows up with the Beast. So he has two of those cars, which is like this big limo that's on a pickup truck chassis. It's super fortified. Like this thing could withstand a nuclear war. Like it's pretty crazy. So he shows up, And this is right when they do the driver start your engines. So I think it was like Anthony Mackie, he was doing some promotion for the Captain America movie. So it's like, driver start your engines. And then once the engine started, Trump goes out onto the field in the Beast and he leads 40 stock cars and does 3 laps around. And then, so he does that. And while that's happening, they have the Thunderbirds, which are like F-16s, flying over with their afterburners, and they're playing AC/DC. And
This sounds awesome.
I shit you not. It was. Listen, I don't care how much you hate the president. That's the coolest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. It's 100,000 people going nuts, and like, it was so crazy. Like I get goosebumps just thinking about it. And I'm there, like, I'm within, I don't know, 10 feet of this car, and the president when he gets out. And it's really, really cool. Yeah, he came out. He shook hands with some veterans and some NASCAR guys.
He got fought in the Confederate War. That's it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he's still fighting. Yeah,
yeah. It's a War of 1812 veteran.
Yes. So no, but it was like everybody there just felt hopeful, and they felt like they were part of something like uniquely American. Like this would not happen anywhere in Europe, anywhere like across the world. It can only happen here. Look at that. Look at that. That's so cool. Yeah. So
that is pretty slick.
What's
I
really
said
cool?
low.
He just takes out people in the top back.
I can't see Dave.
But like afterwards, on Twitter, people were like, "Oh, it's a waste of money to bring Air Force One anywhere, because when you bring Air Force One, you have to bring this entourage, blah, blah. It's costing people $8 million an hour, the taxpayers, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, if you were there, you wouldn't say shit, because like, holy shit. Like it was the coolest thing I've ever been a part of. And it's like, you know what? I get it. Like he knows his audience. He knows that at the Daytona 500, there probably aren't going to be a lot of like CNN viewers. And he's like, he was the guy. So yeah, that was my little Daytona 500 story.
That sounds like a lot of fun. The part of your story where you said "and AC/DC is blaring" just killed me.
He even did it pretty well. Yeah.
That was so funny.
Which is funny because it's not an American band, but yeah.
But it's so it's so on vibe for that sort of event.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
He's an absolutely impeccable showman. He knows how to put on a show, and he knows how to take advantage of an opportunity. Clearly, like when he got shot and he's immediately pumping the fist, it's like, man, that's such a great propaganda image. It's just
this is a marketing opportunity.
Tailor-made. It's perfect with the flag.
I mean, that won. I think that won him the election. If not, like, I mean, that and the Rogan interview, I think won him the election.
Yeah, those things definitely contributed. I agree 100%. And they happened right there at the end. It was like perfect timing. It was like as we're coming down to the wire, and Kamala was doing like a standard political thing, like just what you're supposed to do according to American politics. And Trump was, I don't know, getting shot and
was that at the end? In my memory, it was like July.
Yeah, it was towards the end. So he got shot, and then he did an interview, and then Vance did an interview. And Vance's interview with Rogan, he did Rogan, and then Theo Vaughn, and some. He did the what's the flake? Did you do Flagrant? Or I can't remember.
In July.
Yeah. So
with the Rogan interview was later too.
Yeah. But it was him 3 hours uninterrupted. He didn't get up to piss. Like it was, you could tell that it was just him and his brain. And this is what.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. So the left is currently saying that Trump has a catheter, and the right is currently saying that Trump has a hog, because when he was at the UFC fights last week, Kayla Harris strapped her belt on Trump. And he sort of like posed for the picture with the belt, and it made his pants a little tighter than they would normally be.
Right.
And it looks like he's got a hog coming down his fucking inner thigh. And so again, the left, catheter, pissy pants Trump and the right, like, my God, Trump is hung.
Look at that. That's the biggest one I've ever seen.
Yeah, these are the important issues that we really need to delve deep, figure out the truth here.
It's a
probably a shadow on the pants.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a shadow.
Enhance.
There's something going on. I'll find
if the picture's not doctored.
I'll find the picture.
It's going to be it's like the pictures of AOC.
Oh, link it.
And then can you believe she wore this? Like, yeah, that's because it's photoshopped. Yeah.
Yeah. AOC, she's getting out there.
She is.
Pictures.
She's trying to be president. Oh, Kyle with his gosh darn error messages.
Yeah, the Secret Service keeps giving him that same error. I honestly, it's a popularity contest, right? This, the president. It used to be there's some sort of reverence, and now it's just like a complete shit show circus. And it's whoever, like now they're talking about like, look how big Trump's dick is. Like that's insane. That's really stupid. Can we all agree that that's dumb? That's a really dumb level of argumentation.
That's pretty.
I mean,
retarded.
it's nothing.
Oh, look at he seems pleased with himself.
Look at Kayla Harris. She's never seen one that big.
Golly, that lady's a monster.
She has one that big, Kyle.
Would you let her fuck you?
I mean, yeah.
No, do I have any choice? I mean,
she's too
she
tough.
Gets what she wants. Nothing I could do about it.
She's so big. She won the 135-pound championship that night, and a different guy, Marab, he defended the 135 men's championship. So they weigh in at the same weight. And afterwards, they're backstage, and she's like, "Oh, you got a belt, and I've got a belt. We'll get a picture together." And they're just really happy for each other. She's bigger than him. She's taller than him. It's crazy. She cut so much weight. She cuts so much weight. She always looks like death the days leading up to her fights. But that is a big bitch. She's so big.
So I always think about, it's the 100 guys versus a bear. And, I always think about if you have a gorilla, right? Like if you have, a UFC fighter, a female UFC fighter at the top of her game, what does it take for what is a normal guy? What does it look like for him to beat her in battle? Like, does he have to be twice her weight? Like, if you just take him off the street, he doesn't have any sort of technique or anything. It's just sheer size and stamina, or whatever God gave him. What does that look like?
She probably fucks up an average guy, like a literally average guy. Like if we're talking about 5'9", doesn't work out, has an office job guy, she kills that guy. But if you're talking about like tough guy at the bar, they all annihilate her.
Because I always think about this, and I don't know if I've talked about this on other podcasts, but like the Charlize Theron movies where she's kicking people and they're flying across the room, and it's like she's like 110 pounds, and that guy that looks like he was a reject from the Secret Service, he's like 6'5" and like 260. If he cocked back and hit her as hard as he could, her head would come off. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. She would be brain dead immediately. Like we talk
about this a lot, and I always land in the same place. I don't like it when the story describes this woman as just a highly trained woman. Like, oh, she's ex-CIA. She's a Green Beret Army Ranger ass kicker girl. Like that don't cut it. That don't cut it. There's some physics involved, but I'm happy to go along if you say she's half elf. If you say she's got some fucking biomimetic gel that she rubs on herself every day. If she was cursed by an ancient like genie lamp or something,
super soldier serum,
any of that, I'll buy it. I'll get on board. I'll believe in your bullshit. But if you try to base your thing in the world that I live in, and you tell me that 120-pound women beat up 200-pound trained men, then I'm just like, no, they don't.
Yeah,
no, they don't. There's some math problems.
If it's Wonder Woman,
I'm trying to answer his question in my head, and I'm like, I'm trying to use an actor, right? Let's pretend all actors are untrained. I know a lot of them have some training. Let's throw that away.
Right.
What does the actor look like who beats her? Right. Vin Diesel. I think he beats her. Right. So let's go a little down. Matt Damon. I think she beats Matt Damon.
Is Matt Damon?
Which Matt Damon?
Is he Jack?
Yeah, I don't like the Martian Matt Damon. After he spent,
after
a year on
he's all-
Mars.
Right.
Beat that.
How tall is he?
He's Jason Bourne, dude.
It doesn't matter. He could be 4 foot nothing. Like yeah.
I choose to believe that Jason Bourne can throw a punch and that he can beat up Kayla Harrison. Maybe not now because he's older.
I specifically said untrained. Like,
okay, I know.
He's 5'10".
like Keanu Reeves is pretty highly trained. If we
sure.
throw that all away and you took a regular person in Keanu Reeves' body,
She probably
I think
beats
she
him up.
wins.
Yeah.
I think she's got Keanu, but I don't think she has Ben Affleck. I think Ben Affleck beats
Big
her.
guy. Yeah, he's a big
Yeah.
Post Batman.
He's a big guy.
big dude.
Post Batman. Yeah.
I bet like
crimes. You know,
I bet Marky Mark fucks her up,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and he's only 5'8".
If he
Yeah.
detects
I
a
bet
hint
he doesn't even
of
know about
Asian
the fight.
blood.
He just doesn't like women. Yeah.
I'm not even sure about Marky Mark. Like
He's
again, untrained
yeah.
version, right? You know, we're just doing the what Marky Mark is.
He's jacked.
Yeah, like he's
She's
strong.
jacked.
Mark Wahlberg is big.
Yeah,
Kayla Harris.
what about-
is big.
I bet Kayla
What about-
Harrison bench presses 200 pounds. I bet Mark Wahlberg, I bet he's much stronger than that. Like he looks, I don't know. Like I haven't looked at his Instagram lately, but like 3 years ago when he was training for fucking Transformers 27 or whatever, he was big. I don't know. And he also hate crime that Asian guy that time. Which
Again,
tells
we're
me
trying to
that-
throw away all fighting skill. Like they're trying to.
That's more about the dog in it.
Okay.
In that case, what about like really big dudes, like the guy who played Huel in Breaking Bad? Like I know is he dead or what?
Huel
the
could
fat
definitely
guy.
like Earthquake or whatever his name
yeah,
is.
landslide or whatever. Yeah.
Landslide.
Yeah,
Is he the
And-
overweight
oh,
black guy?
Yeah,
we're
with the
talking
pointy
about?
head.
Yeah, that guy loses. He doesn't have any cardio at all. That guy gets
But
whooped.
that wouldn't matter. Like if I think,
cardio doesn't matter in fighting. Tell me more.
No. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but like if he does something and he uses his weight to his advantage and like snaps her leg in two, that's it.
I don't think he knows how to do that though.
No.
Just
Like,
fall.
I'm with Woody on this one. That guy is obese, or at least last time I saw him, he was. I know he has lost weight, and since they had to put that fat suit on him for Better Call Saul, I believe. I know he's lost a significant amount, but he looks like handicapped to me. And Kayla Harrison is a 2-time gold medalist in judo.
Okay.
And
No,
and
you
I
know
just
what?
think she'll fuck him up.
Yeah, you are completely right because
I don't want to fight
remember
Kayla Harrison. I think if me and
No.
Kayla Harrison fought to the death, then I probably die. I think that I die
I don't
8
think
out
so.
of 10 times.
It's what I
don't think
always
so.
say. I'd instantly like launch a charm offensive, ask her why we're really doing this.
Use your skills.
I got to if there's no sand to throw into her eyes, then I'm in so much trouble.
Yeah.
Dude,
I mean, like, I was-
pocket sand was a real thing. I probably said this before, but I read about this like what country was it? It was
Saudi
maybe
Arabia.
Portugal. I think it was a Portuguese fencing champion from like the 15 or 1600s.
Okay.
And he wrote a book on the the art of sword fighting and how he won all these many duels that he'd had. And pocket sand was the primary thing. He kept a bag of sand on his belt. And in the sword fight, he's constantly throwing sand in his opponent's eyes.
That can't be true. I had fencing in high school, and sand would not go through the mask that they
They
wore.
didn't wear masks. These were
my
fights. These were
mistake.
sword fights to the death.
Oh,
was it
Olympian.
fencing 101? They
No,
made that
these
up in
are
my head?
duels to the
Oh.
death.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm all wrong then. That makes more
There
sense.
are fencing
these
duels to the
like,
death?
Sword, not in the Olympics they aren't, but in his time they were. But it was all
Not
about
anymore.
pocket sand. So I'm a big proponent of pocket sand. I believe that I could defeat Kayla Harrison if I had my satchel of pocket sand, but I would not want to fight her big scary Olympic champion ass under any other circumstances. She's so big and scary.
All right, last hypothetical. It's her versus Boogie with pocket sand.
She kills him.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. His sand skills are pretty quick.
At
Well,
least
if
making wings. Give her a competitor. Give her an undefeated.
Okay, yeah,
athlete.
wings and Boogie with pocket sand.
You give him a leaf blower that auto feeds sand, and it wouldn't matter. Those guys, when you're big and like I don't know, your cardio's bad and your hips are bad, like you probably don't want to fight an Olympic champion of anything. And I watched her destroy that woman the other night. It wasn't close. It was mean.
Yeah.
She's great. I think I look forward to. She'll fight Amanda Nunes now, and that's like your women's super fight. A lot of people consider Amanda Nunes as their GOAT. I guess I do. I can't think of any other women that are up there and have accomplished. When she decked Chris Cyborg, when she annihilated her, God, that was a wonderful night. Just overhand right after overhand right, laying her out.
And her performance was just as dominant against Ronda Rousey.
Oh, and everybody.
Ronda Rousey, also an Olympian. I think
judo,
bronze, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
So when you guys talk about like an athlete or a fighter or something like that, it seems like, you gravitate to one or the other. Like what do you got? Because I'm not into sports or any of that, but like I want to know, like, what do you find, like what qualities do you find in a person that you'd be like, oh yeah, this is my person? Is it like an underdog thing? Is it, like just like skill, technique?
If I'm going to be a fan of them, I like that they've had an underdog story. University of Georgia had a quarterback a couple years ago who, like, he like sort of believed in himself, and he went and played like lower levels of ball so he could start and prove himself until he earned his right to get on the team. So that he was playing fucking college football at 25, 26 or something like that by the end. But I kind of like that.
Yeah.
And I just like a winner. I like people who are the best at whatever they do, whether it's that you see those Japanese markets where they're slicing the tuna, and those guys are like perfect with those crazy samurai sword blades.
Yeah, those videos rock. When I'm stoned,
those are great. You see street food vendors making fucking scrambled egg sandwiches in Korea. Like, I'm into that. But then when I see India, like Tom Brady, who wins like all those Super Bowls and has that crazy lineage of greatness where it's like, it's not a fluke when you do it 6 fucking times. And I'm currently rewatching the Jordan documentary. The what's it called? It's great. It's
called House Money.
But Last Dance. It's like Last Dance.
Last Dance, yeah.
Oh my God, Last Dance is so inspiring and just it's
I have
a great
different
story.
take. I'm not about winners. I'm about triers. I like the heart, the refuses to quit, the dog. Like, I like Alex Caruso. He's a basketball player. You guys probably don't know him. He's not a star. But good golly, that guy harasses you playing defense from one net to the other. There is not a free inch on that guy. He's not the biggest, he's not the strongest, he's not the fastest, but he often gets the toughest defensive assignments because he is relentless. That's the kind of guy. Like Luke Richardson was a hockey player for the Flyers ages ago, and he was another one. Oh, the Philly fans loved him. They chant Luke because when 2 guys go into the corner, he comes out with the puck. He was never a leading scorer. He was never in the conversation for leading scorer, even on his team, let alone the league. But my goodness, no one tried harder. No one skated full speed every time they touched the ice, every time like he did. Joe Lozon's a UFC fighter, and he had a couple of fights where he got really bloody to the point where he couldn't see any more of these forehead cuts. Didn't bother him. Just fucking spit the blood out to the side. He made the octagon so bloody, they wrapped it up and mailed it to him afterwards. He has it in his gym, just hanging on the wall. It's all Lozon.
That's sick.
That stinks.
And there's a bunch of examples. Donald Cerrone, right? He had this fight against Nate Diaz. Both of them went in there thinking that they were the alpha, right? They both just, to each of them, it was ludicrous that the other guy thought they had a chance. 2 rounds in, clearly Nate Diaz is winning this thing. Nate's got it. And anyone else would come into the 3rd round and be like, I don't want to. And Nate Diaz gives him double fingers. And Cowboys like, yeah, you got a point, but I'm not done yet. And he lost. But it was the heart. It was the heart that won my fandom of Cowboy Cerrone. That's what I look for. They don't have to be great. They just have to try harder than anyone else.
Do you remember in 2004 in the I think it was in the playoffs and the World Series, Curt Schilling came out after the foot surgery,
bloody sock,
bleeding through the sock. I watched the whole playoff series for the Yankees. I watched the whole World Series. That was such an amazing time for baseball, watching the Red Sox come back. It was like something from a movie, how it was maybe 9th inning and it was like down to their last out and their last pitch, and David Ortiz hit that home run, and they rallied and won, and they came back and beat the Yankees all those games. Schilling pitching on little rest after a surgery. They've just stapled the fucking tendon to his bone or something to get so that he can move his fucking foot right.
Why was his toe fucked up?
He had to have a surgery on his ankle. They opened him up and did a surgery, and then he played 2 days later, and it's bleeding through the sock.
I mistakenly thought you meant that he had a toe injury. And I was like, wow, surgery and a bad toe injury.
I might not be well informed, but I've always thought baseball doesn't get to participate in the hard conversations. And Curt Schilling's owie was like the epitome of that. Oh my God, you don't get it. You don't get it. He had like a fresh cut, and through the sock, you could see dribbles of blood. Meanwhile, hockey players were out there with broken bones and missing teeth from 14 minutes earlier. And they're going back.
That is always so funny post-hockey playoffs. People will be like, it seems like Leon Draisaitl's just not his normal self in this series. Is it laziness, lack of work ethic? And then the team will release something after the series and be like, he had 3 broken ribs and you couldn't tell because he was wearing gloves, but 2 of the fingers on his left hand were taped together because they were both broken, and he figured I can kind of pass this way. Like, it is funny, like it's UFC and hockey as far as the intensity of injuries. And I'm a St. Louis Blues fan, so if they play for the Blues, I like them unless they suck, and then I hate them. But the way I like the players that like get brutalized and then just handle it in a way that I know I'm way too bitch made to. I'd be like, ow, 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 ow. I want to go to the locker room. This sucks. But like Mark Mathot, he was a defenseman for the Ottawa Senators, and this is years ago. And Sidney Crosby, people who don't even know hockey know who he is. He slashed Mark Mathot in the hand with his stick. And Mark, with his gloves, was like, rat, son of a gun. And I was like, oh man, that must have really smarted. And he took his glove off on the way back to the bench, and he had chopped the end of his ring finger off with the slash. And so they had to sew the tip of his finger back on. And like hockey's the only sport where they're like, geez, that's a lot of blood. Glad the cameraman turned away. Looks like a reporter on the bench is saying that his finger's hanging off a bit of flesh. That's iffy. It's what do you think the chances are of him coming back into this game? And then the analyst is like, I would say easily 50-50. And he did. He came back. They sewed it back on. And he came back out.
A football player did that too.
Yeah. And football's cool with that as well. I like when they get, because people bully professional athletes for like, you play a game and you make millions of dollars. And it's like, okay, come on. They're providing more value than that. If no one cared, they wouldn't be making any money at all. But the ones who like put it on the line, that's cool. When it's like they're clearly
that's what lights your fire.
I like that, and just greatness. Like I have no connection to the Edmonton Oilers, but I want them to win the Stanley Cup over Florida this year because number one, Florida won last year. I don't like repeats, and number two, like Connor McDavid is the best player since fucking Mario Lemieux, and so it's frustrating to like always see that as like, he's great, but he doesn't have a cup yet. And it's like, just get him the cup. Come on, Edmonton, get it together. You're playing tonight, and I can't even watch the game.
So what's funny? Like whatever you just said in the last minute, you could have made 100% of that up, and I'd be like, yeah. That sounds exactly like, yeah. Oh, you should have got a cup, yeah.
So I'm a sports ball fan as well.
Yeah, I love the
What does he need a finger to play hockey for, though?
Yeah,
you have to hold it
all the time.
You're always using it to hold your stick, to pass, to shoot.
That's your
Just
finger.
take the stick to his hand.
I'm talking about a pitcher who lost his foot. He's like the quarterback
he
position.
Had no foot. I could have sworn I saw his foot right there.
Yeah,
I'm not. It was all surgically put together.
I'm not bullying Curt Schilling. I'm sure it was a real owie, man.
I want to see.
They get paid millions of dollars.
That sock's in the Hall of Fame. That sock's in the Hall of Fame. Your guy's glove got thrown in a fucking dirty old box.
That's crazy, dude. If they had to like put every bit of bloody equipment up in the Hockey Hall of Fame, it would look like a Holocaust museum.
oh my!
It would be just covered wall to wall in horror. Yeah,
the room full of shoes,
dude. So do you guys?
Wait! Like, don't change topics yet. I want to see the sock.
I'm talking about this. Yeah,
I want to see Zach. Please put the sock up. Look at
dirty sock on Google. Yeah.
Look at what this man powered through.
That's hilarious. Do you know that me personally, I have had more blood on my socks after hockey games than that because I had
it's
shitty
not the amount
skates.
Of blood or the size of the cut. It is a surgical incision. His tendon that's allowing him to move his foot is put together with fucking glue and hope. And he won the game. It was the 2006 championship series. Everything was on the line, and he came back and won. And pitched
2006?
Yeah.
Didn't the Cards win in 2006?
Might have been 2004. 2004.
Yeah, it says 2004. Yeah. So apparently the bloody socks sold for $92,613 at auction. I don't know about you. I feel like I would spend like that money on something else. You know?
Yeah.
Who is the girl
what would
we're
that be
talking
worth to you?
about?
I get a few
Anne-Marie?
grand, not
Who sold her
92 grand.
bathwater?
Oh,
Sydney Sweeney.
yeah. Well,
I was going for the other one.
Belle Delphine sold her bathwater.
That's
Not for $92,000.
I bet she could get $92,000 for a whole tub.
I feel like after you got the first vial, the rest is just.
Why would you want that? Why would you want that?
Why wouldn't you? You know.
What am I gonna do with it? I know what they did with it, but like, why would I want that?
Yeah, why would I wouldn't trade that for the one piece of sports memorabilia I have in this room, which is a game-used Ray Bork stick, signed, fucking sick, by the way, if you know anything about hockey. Ray Bork, Woody knows who Ray Bork is, so he's a real guy. I'm not making him up, Freddie. He's a real guy.
For sure. No. Yeah, he's my favorite.
Taylor's alter ego.
He's a trader who switched teams so he could get a free cup after his time had passed.
I mean, mayhaps that's what he did. the Bruins weren't doing it for him, man. He had to switch to Colorado. They were hot. They had Forsberg. They had Sakic. Why would you not join that team? Adam Foote, all those guys. Patrick Waugh.
So those qualities that you guys like in these people, is that like projection from like stuff that you see in yourselves or stuff that you want to see in yourselves? Because I know, Kyle, you said, I want a winner. I want somebody who's like this lineage of people behind them and like stuff like that. I mean, is that how you want yourself to be portrayed?
No.
Okay.
No. I like the guys who do things that no one's ever done before. They've got this entire system that pays people millions of dollars and rains pussy and fame on them if you can throw a ball good. Everybody wants to throw the ball good. There's kids out there right now training at 3, 4, 5 years old to throw that ball good. And that entire system feeds all the way up to the majors and then up to these championship games. So it's all of that feeding to just get the best of the best of the best to go against each other. And then you've got one guy who can seemingly just win the whole thing a third of the time. I like that greatness. It's like everyone's trying as hard as they can. Everyone's coming in for that second practice. Everyone's eating right. Everyone has a nutritionist. There's no easy way to get an edge over anybody. So when someone does, that's fascinating to me. And that's something I like to watch.
What do you think, Taylor? Did you pick the attributes of what you look for in an athlete because that's who you'd aspire to be?
I think selfishly, it's just because that's what makes the game the most entertaining to me. Is like I want the absolute best players on the ice because that's the most fun. Like when the Blues play Edmonton, I get a little excited, and I'm like, I get to watch Connor McDavid tonight, and every player in the NHL is incredible. To Kyle's point, like these guys are like distilled. Like none of them suck. They're all the worst guy in these professional leagues is gonna roll. Even the best guy in like European leagues or South American, whatever it is. But I want to see greatness. That's cool. And when there's like a huge amount of leadership as far as overcoming a bad injury, that's also sick. Like towards the end of, the Blues Stanley Cup run in 2019, Zdeno Chara, the 6'9" captain of the Boston Bruins from like Czechoslovakia, I've said it before, but he looks like he should have been terrorizing a village. And he took a slap shot from the Blues. I think it was Colton Parayko, our 6'7" defenseman, and hit him in the face, shattered his jaw, and they had to wire his mouth shut. And it was like an up in the air thing. Like, is he going to play in Game 7? Is he going to play in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals? He can't breathe properly. He can't do this. Right. He can't do that. And I was like, again, it's sports, and I was being short-sighted. I'm like, yes, I hope he doesn't play. I hope he's kept out of the match. And then no, Game 7, everyone's like, is Chara playing? He skates out with like his jaw still bloody, like the kind of wound, because like the puck doesn't just hit you in the jaw, it also creates a large gash because that vulcanized rubber sticks to your face and does some tearing. And so he looked like a monster, and he was out there with like gauze in his teeth, playing in the most important game of his career outside of maybe 2011, his Stanley Cup win. But that was awesome. I remember seeing he, as well as you could expect, the Blues won 4-1. But
whoa! Don't lose that in the wash. You tell me he did all that and he lost?
Yeah.
Well, of course he lost. I would never
that won the fucking World
His
Series.
face was missing.
I would never talk about this game ever again if the Blues had lost. It would have been fated to. I never would have mentioned it. It would have made me too sad. I remember being so wrapped up in the
2019, the year the
outcome.
Blues won.
Yeah, they
Like
won
you should have sat on the
2019.
bench.
It
and
feels
let a
more recent to me.
non-injured player play.
Yeah, time's flying by now. COVID
So-
changed.
A few weeks ago, I was in Italy, and it was like I was going back to the hotel after dinner, and apparently there was a soccer game on, football. There was a football game on, and the Italians won. And I've never seen this before. I mean, I get there are towns where there's hockey towns and baseball towns, football towns, all that stuff, and people go crazy when their team wins. This was like everybody in the 10-mile radius just went like if the zombie apocalypse just happened. Every single car honking for an hour and a half nonstop. People were yelling, and this was midnight.
Yeah.
So it was really funny because I'm like, hey, I'd like to go to sleep. Maybe I'm gonna try to get some rest because tomorrow I got to get on a flight. And now it's like our guy hit the ball in the goal one too many times, and now we're on it.
Now we're
everybody's
spazzing.
drunk. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it's interesting to me how that there's it's all obviously it's a component of we're Italian. This is where we live. This is we're proud of this culture, that sort of thing. But it's like I always find it funny to see what cultures kind of gravitate towards, that like we're gonna have this one thing that we all agree is like super important, and it doesn't matter if we think about it, it doesn't really make any sense, but like this is what we're gonna hang our hat on, and we are going to we're gonna laugh, we're gonna cry, we're gonna have relationships with other people based on this. So it's like it's always just weird to me.
Yeah, well, it's a fun way to socialize, and also like,
Oh yeah.
I bet you couldn't get any sleep because this isn't like.
Oh, I didn't sleep at all.
This isn't like Germans screaming. It's already Italians. Like
No.
they're loud as can be.
I have a video. I don't know if I could, send it here, but I do have a video, and it's hilarious. Like I just go out of my hotel room. It's like, bah, 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 bah. Yeah,
That rules. That I don't like soccer. Like it's just not a sport I know enough about to enjoy watching. I have some friends who are into it, and it's always so funny. Like we'll be out at a friend's barbecue, chilling into the night, having some beers or whatever, and one of my buddies will be like, all right, well, I got to turn in early. Bayern Munich plays at 4:40 a.m.
Yes.
And I'm like, oh my God. It's going to be like, and that game could realistically tie 0-0. That's a real possibility. You could bet on that. And so, more power to you if you enjoy it. But I like that whole culture they have in Europe of like, and in South America too. Like they spaz about their soccer teams also. Like that's really neat. Like everybody's in on it. It's like bigger than the NFL here as far as the cultural reach and kind of the tendrils it has so deep. And that's fun. Like I bet if you live in Italy and you talk to any random person about the Italian soccer team, like it wouldn't be like someone here trying to talk to me about the Cardinals where I would have to be like, yeah, I don't really follow. I don't know baseball. Sorry. Like everyone over there knows. And that's cool.
As an American, I'm baffled by how they all know the lyrics to the chants. Like,
yeah.
Did you guys are these new songs? Have they been?
Were they rehearsed?
Since time began. Like,
oh yeah, dude, it's like Catholic Mass over there, where you have your pamphlet and like you read through the prayers. Yeah, you just have to know, and that's cool. I like their sports environments over in Europe.
Well, I mean, not to change topics too much. Have you guys seen what happened with that Boeing that went down in India?
Yeah.
Holy
from India
shit.
to London, I think.
Yes, it was going from somewhere in India. It was a Boeing 787-8. So it was an earlier plane. So they made them in about like 2000.
I think that's what Trump's
2009.
getting. Trump's getting one of those.
Well, he's getting a 747 dash.
Oh,
8.
okay, okay.
Yeah, 787.
787. Okay.
Yeah, 787 was called the Dreamliner. So a lot of interesting things about this plane. I'm sorry, I'm a plane geek. The wings and the fuselage were made out of a carbon fiber composite, and they introduced a lot of really cool technologies. I've never flown on this plane, but I really, really want to. But I saw there was a video of this plane. Apparently, it took off, and like 26 seconds after takeoff in India, they issued a Mayday call. And then they lost, at about 600 feet of elevation, they lost the lost signal with the air traffic control. And then there's a video of some guy just, taking a video of the plane, and it's just going down very slowly, and then you just see this giant plume of smoke, and it's crazy.
For some reason, they seem to lose both engines simultaneously, and then it just lost airspeed and stalled and hit an apartment building.
I mean, I wonder. I know that there's going to be a full investigation. All these countries are looking into it, but Woody, you're into aviation. You know how
a little bit.
So what do you think? I mean, we can put on our speculation hats here. Like,
this is outside my depth. I was reading about it on Reddit, and there was an airplane mechanic, supposedly, and he's just like, I don't know. The odds of both engines going out simultaneously are astronomical, they say. And it was just like, I don't know what would cause that. Something electrical, I guess. They said it wasn't bird strikes.
Okay.
What was your
Gremlins?
I'm glad you read my comment
Gremlins.
on Reddit.
Good.
I pretend
on one hand, I get it. People lie. On the other hand, I've been that guy describing why this paraglider wrapped up and what he did wrong, how he didn't catch the surge, and there are experts out there. There's a lot of people.
There's a guy I watch on YouTube. It's called Mentor Pilot, and he does these analysis, really deep dives into these airplane disasters. And sometimes the people survive, sometimes they don't. Sometimes it's just like, they got investigated afterwards, and the pilots got reprimanded or something. But sometimes it's these major disasters where he does a ton of research, and he understands. He's actually a pilot. He flies like a 737, so he knows, and he's also an instructor, so he knows how these systems work, and he can give people a really kind of not a surface level understanding, but he goes really, really far into it. So, I mean, there are several things that can happen. I mean, I don't know if they rotated too early and they didn't have enough speed, and just didn't have enough thrust. I don't know. It seemed like they were still they were in a stall condition because the plane was like this, at an angle, right. And then it was just they were just losing altitude. So it's interesting that when you watch these deep dives, how quickly things can go from like everything normal to we are for certain going to die. It's like 10 seconds, and like it can go and there could be several things that go wrong at once. Now it's not like these things go wrong all the time, but like if the right combination of things go wrong in a plane, there can be a situation where it's just like, all right, now it's flipped over and you can't recover it, or some you have some airspeed thing that's unreliable, and then that feeds into another system that was like put in without the proper training, and then now the plane's doing things that you can't account for. And instead of the normal law that it's governed under, there's like this thing called alternate law. Like there's a lot of different things that go on in these systems. And if the pilots aren't trained, or if the pilots sometimes they just freak out. Sometimes they're just like overwhelmed with things, and they don't see things that are like right in front of them. So like I don't know. I'm interested in knowing what happened, because like 200 something people died, and this is right after rotation. So like, man, like, and it's a newer-ish plane. So it's the first Dreamliner that ever went down.
Isn't there always a black box in there that like records all the decisions of the pilots? And I don't know what else it records, but so right. Yeah, so there's a flight data recorder. So that records up to the point of an accident. Sometimes it doesn't record things because if there's no real accident, if there's just an incident and it doesn't get reported or whatever, it gets written over. So it's just a continual loop of recording. So that way, if something does happen, it stops recording, and then we know what happens up to that point. So there's conversations in the cockpit. There's what the instrumentation is doing and where the plane is. Where it is in space. So you have satellite information, that sort of thing. But I mean, it's going to be interesting knowing what it is. It's more often than not pilot error. Because makes sense. What else could
I can't wait to find out. No, I don't know. I have in my head is not pilot error. This is based on nothing. But 2 engines went out at the same time. Like, how'd that happen? And when it happened is awful. Obviously, if it happened on the ground, they'd be fine, right? If it had happened a few minutes into the flight, the pilot would have had a lot of options, like Sully did, who put it down in the Hudson. But instead, it happened at about 600 feet. They call that the impossible turn in aviation. There's a point where you have enough altitude where if you were to try a U-turn and get back to the airport, which is incredibly attractive to a pilot, right? They very much like landing at airports. Far preferable over farms and shit. Not only is there a runway,
buildings, mountains,
but buildings and mountains, but also there's like fire trucks there, EMT there. There's all the stuff you need for a bad situation at the airport. So when you're at 600 feet, there's a temptation to turn around and try to put it there. Not in a plane that big, but like in general aviation, like a Cessna, they want to turn around, and when they do, they're out of altitude. They burnt it all doing the turn when they could have had better choices. But
it's I think more often than not it is pilot error, just because it's interesting to see when people have been doing it for a while. Sometimes they adopt a muscle memory, and when they forget one step of that, it's really hard for them to walk it back, even though it's a super simple thing. So let's say if you put the throttles into the takeoff, the toga mode or whatever, takeoff, go around, right? If that for some reason doesn't happen and it gets put into a different detent or whatever, but like their brains are still operating as if they're going on a regular takeoff, that like it just might not register to them just because it's a muscle memory thing. So it's because there's a lot of stuff to do when you're flying a plane like this.
I saw like with like the Palestine war, the Israel-Palestine war, and like sometimes you'll be scrolling on social media and get stuff you don't want to see, and you have to be like, oh, geez, I don't want to see that right now. That's grotesque. That's sad.
Right.
And I saw a picture that reminded me of that today about the India flight, and it was like, here's a selfie recovered from a phone by like a family that was all there, and it was just like a nice looking, Indian mom and dad and their sweet kids, like all smiling, all getting ready for like a trip. And it's like, God, why'd you post this? Like this is so sad. Like that, just awful.
I mean, it's 200 people, and what's crazy is I
you know what I would do if the plane started going down?
What?
I think I'd grow up a stewardess.
All right, we got 17 seconds.
Out of this.
That would be so funny. I'm just like hands on her tits, and they're like, actually, I think we're gonna make a full recovery, and I'm like, fuck. I run up, I open the door.
I'll never fly Air India again.
Oh my god.
Yeah. As soon as that happens, I'm stealing a full can of Coke and groping a stewardess.
I like that this is just like an 80s comedy now.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I think that's a good way to go. I think plane crash is a pretty good way to go. I don't think you feel much pain.
That's a terrible way to go.
That is fucking horrifying. That's crazy.
You don't die
I also would like to go out in a fire.
And you know what? I would also
like both of your legs are broken, and you're like, the oxygen is just making the fire burn hotter.
Legs are broken. That's a plane crash at 60 miles per hour. We're going 360 miles per hour. We're going
not on takeoff. You're not,
Kyle.
I'm talking about my plane crash that I have invented.
I've heard most of them burn to death.
The Air India one. You know, there's a survivor.
Yeah, I heard that. Is he all burnt up?
If there's a survivor, then there must have been a handful of slow dyers also.
There's no way. I wouldn't be one of those. I wouldn't be one of those. I would also not be one of those people screaming and crying on the way down.
Not to be one of them.
No, I'll lean into it, Woody. They put me in that crash position. I'll like angle my neck so it'll snap easily against the seat.
Unbuckle the seatbelt.
I don't wear the seatbelt anyway. I pretend like I do when they come by, and I'm like, oh yeah, it's buckled. It's not though.
There's a light above you that tells them whether or not it's buckled.
No, there's not. That's not what that light does. That light
tells you. It tells you whether or not you should. It tells you whether you should buckle it or not.
Taylor doesn't know the light.
I realized immediately how gay and dumb that was.
What are you flying on a Honda Odyssey? Get out of here.
Zach, remove that. Zach. Remove it.
Yeah, look at my passport and buckle up so the light goes off.
No, it's ban anyone who reminds me of my light debacle.
Ban anybody who doesn't slipped up about the fucking light. Fuck.
Well,
there's not one chance. There's not one chance that someone survived. It was fully loaded with fuel and it exploded. exploded and it hit a building. Like there's no way.
But they did though. Someone lived through that. Like they actually did.
Wait, are you serious? You didn't know?
That there's somebody that survived this.
He jumped
Yeah.
out? That's crazy.
No, he didn't
Okay,
jump.
no.
Oh yeah, like Arnold the
this-
Commando. He just messed
know
with
if
that
I-
the
doesn't
Blaine
pass
jumped
muster.
No,
I heard
he might
someone
have
say
he might have
it doesn't-
survived. He might have
Someone
survived
the other
because
day
he was
said
in
that
the.
doesn't pass mustard, and I laughed
That doesn't pass
so
mustard.
hard.
Yeah.
I was like, he doesn't know.
That's pretty
Take
funny.
it for granted. Yeah.
Let him
He
have his
jumped
fun.
out.
He jumped out of what? The window?
No, I think
Oh.
this is from the building. This is from the actual the
Yeah.
building that
Oh.
he hit, right?
All right. Well, that
I-
doesn't count. That doesn't count.
Hold on.
That's what I'm seeing also, just to back
He
it
was
up.
in the emergency seat from what this sounds like complete and utter bullshit.
You know, this did happen in India, and so this could be a scammer.
He could be. You know, in India where they get on the trains and they actually like ride on the top of the train. Did they do that with planes too? Because if he were up top, he may have been able to slide down at the last minute.
They might be like those Afghans.
There was a,
that
he
hopped
could have
in the
landed in
wheel
a
well.
huge pile of trash and refuse that absorbed the
That's-
blow.
Yeah, that's
It
a
said
George
he
Carlin
jumped
bit,
from
isn't
the
it?
second floor.
It's
One
like
of those foamy rivers, perhaps.
Just those frothy rivers. Those with a healthy froth.
It's like
That's-
landing in marshmallows.
No, but then you die of like some horrid strain of hepatitis.
Staff. Yeah, staff right away.
Okay, so based on this Twitter post, or X post rather, the sole survivor of the Air India crash escaped by jumping from the plane. He was on seat number 11A. So I'm going to go ahead and say this is not real, like that, because
The thing I saw said he jumped from the second story of the window. I can read
Yeah.
it.
But did he do that after his plane crashed into it, like a fucking cartoon character?
Yeah.
no,
Is there-
I think he was probably not on the plane.
Yeah, that doesn't seem realistic.
I'm not ready to shoot that theory down. Maybe he was in the plane, is what he says, and it crashed into the building, and he stepped out of the wreckage like fucking Brad Pitt in that zombie movie World War Z, which there was no World War, there was barely any Z's, and then he's just perfectly fine, exactly where he needs to be. But then, wouldn't you know it, the apartment's on fire, and he has to jump out of that, and then he gets those light injuries that you're seeing.
What a day!
There's his
I
picture.
wouldn't-
Like, just talk about
I wouldn't put it past like
What a hero.
reality to be like, oh, it turned out he was in the building and he pretended to be on the plane, and that's why he has like minor injuries and stuff.
You owe
And-
me
and
new
they're saying-
tickets.
He jumped from the second floor of the
scam.
building to escape the fire. That's how he got away.
Yeah.
So the plane, the entire plane hit a building and then blew up. I don't see how anybody like it. It just doesn't
Well,
seem
you'll
like
have
a
to
human
talk
being
to
made
An
of light.
unbreakable
Ayush
scenario.
over there.
It is an unbreakable scenario.
Ooh.
It is, yeah.
That's why both engines went out. You got a Mr. Glass out there looking for superheroes. Took down this little Air
This
India
is
flight.
all making sense.
Yeah, but the Indian guy was
Makes
a little
sense.
broken.
It was a little bit, yeah. He had a
little
few
bit broken.
scratches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe
he was,
it's someone else's blood. Maybe
What a
it's just-
funny lie to tell immediately. Be like, thank God you're here. That was so scary. I jumped out right at the time that the cameras were not covering the door. Like, it's like, okay. All right.
I found 2 articles that said he jumped out of the plane. I don't buy
It seems ridiculous. Like, wouldn't other people have tried also? Like, wouldn't there be a couple people who jumped out?
You
and then,
don't
like,
have enough time to. Okay, so if you had foreknowledge of this, by the way, if the plane took off, they're not going to announce stuff to people. It's just going to seem like the plane's not going up into the sky. It just seems like you're going to still be in the seat. You're not going to be like, oh shit, this plane's going to crash. You're going to take off your seatbelt, run to the
Wasn't on
door,
to begin with.
open the door. There's no shot that's.
I mean, this makes sense. If they told the passengers that they were going down, the stewardesses would all get groped.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
Yeah.
All the Coke is missing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be double fisting whole cans. of
Oh, I thought you were gonna fist the stewardess.
my last bit of
Jesus Christ.
sentience. I'm guzzling a full sugar Sierra Mist.
Don't
Oh, sweet nectar.
I
Glad doing what he
shouldn't have groped that lady's
You know-
tits and stolen this soda. I should have jumped out like that industrious Indian guy.
You know, it's not called Sierra Mist anymore. You know why?
I thought that Sierra
Oh.
Mist was totally gone.
It's because
it-
there was a porn star named Sierra Mist.
That's right. And they
What?
let their trademark lapse, and they were like, you know what? Sierra Mist doesn't want to sell, doesn't want to do business with us, so let's just rebrand Starry So now Sierra Mist is called Starry, and Sierra Mist is a whore on the internet who's doing quite well, I'm sure.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Fine. Starry's going to lose the eventual battle to Sprite. It's just better soda.
I thought they were going to lose to Sierra Mist.
I guess they lost that battle.
Taylor, where are you from? Where do you live?
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Missouri.
So I was just in Kansas and Missouri like a few days ago, and I was there for a friend's wedding, and I was introduced to, I don't know if you guys have it over there. It might be a Kansas thing, but it's Spangles. Have you tried this?
I haven't tried it. I've heard of it.
Yeah.
But
so
no,
Spangles to everybody in Kansas. So my girlfriend's from there, and apparently everybody who lives in Kansas considers it kind of like, I don't know, low rent food. Mm-hmm. But it's fucking awesome. It's really good. It's like it's kind of like a Five Guys, but everything's like 50s nostalgia. And the burgers are really good. The fries are like that really nice, crispy, like double fried fry. They have like good drinks, but they also, I'm not a big drinker, but they also have margaritas, 32-ounce margaritas with an extra shot in it that you can get from your car for $7. So if you want to get day drunk, I mean, this is the place. You get a really good cheeseburger, you get some awesome fries, and then you get this margarita, and you end up spending like $15. Like it's so cool.
That's a hell of a deal.
Oh yeah.
You get your Spangles burger, your Spangles margarita. I've never gone. My brother lives in Kansas City. I'll have to ask him if he's ever popping over to Spangles. But we had a place called Trops. It was called Tropical something, but everyone called it Trops in Columbia, Missouri. I went to Mizzou for college, and they had like an irresponsibly dosed margarita you could buy. It was just a margarita shop where you could go in, buy it. They put it in a giant styrofoam cup for you, and then they send you on your way, because usually you're like picking it up before you're on the way to a party or some get together. And the one me and my buddies would always get was called the Silver Bullet, and it was like a total of like 7 or 8 shots of alcohol, and then another 151 on top of it. And so it would be like, we're going to a football game. We just have to get one drink at Trops and then drink like most of it on the way to the tailgate. And then by the time we get there, we're golden. Like we're already fucked up. And
that's crazy.
That was like, they had I used to use a fake ID there all the time earlier in college. And they had a wall of shame where like, if you got caught using a fake ID, they'd take your picture and then they'd put it up behind the thing. And I just like, always when I'd be using a fake ID there, I'm like, you know what? I don't like this shit. And like, this is just like cheap, easy drunk fuel. If I get caught and they take my picture and put it up, whatever. Like, yeah, I'm going to ride this train till the wheels come off. And they never caught me. It was the most obvious fake ID ever. It was not a real ID. It was like an Illinois,
McLovin situation.
It was an Illinois ID. I don't even remember the fake name. I wish I did. I'll have to try and ruminate. And like, it was so clear that this was a fake ID. The fucking holograms didn't look right. Like you couldn't tilt it correctly.
It's like a fake Pokemon card.
The company that I got it from sent me like 2, maybe 3 as a part of the deal. I bought it on the internet, and it was funny. My mom actually took my picture for my fake ID because they needed a picture with a correct like DMV background. And my mom, like, I was like, hey, I need you to take my picture. And she's like, what for? And I'm like, I'm ordering fake IDs off the internet and I need, someone to hold it for me. And she was like, well, okay. And then she just took the picture for me. The picture part looks good. She did a great job with the composition of that. But yeah, the one of the times I lost a fake ID, I went to a gas station. It was on the way to a get together, so stopped at a gas station, got some beer, or didn't actually buy beer. I was buying cigarettes. I was getting some Camel Crushes, and I had my fake ID above my real ID in my wallet, and I thought it would look like seedy if I passed over the fake ID and got my real ID out. And so I was like, okay, well, this has worked a bunch. I'll just give him my fake ID for these cigarettes. He's probably doesn't even care. I'm in college. I'm obviously over 18. That was when 18 was the age, not 21. And this Indian guy immediately was like, this is fake as shit. And then I lost a fake ID on cigarettes. I had to give him my real ID afterward and for him to sell me the cigarettes. And so it's just fake as shit. And it's like, really? Yeah, it is. It is. I can't believe other people haven't picked up on it. But
cool. Well, speaking of fake as shit, I actually looked up the survivor of that crash. Holy crap! So this is CNN World. So I don't know how reliable that is. It seems like better than Twitter, right? Says it seemed impossible, but shortly after news broke that an Air India flight had crashed in the city of Ahmedabad, video started circulating on social media showing a man walking from the scene in a blood-stained shirt. Imagine what that's like. Like just plumes of smoke behind you, and he just...
You're just in your apartment murdering like every other day when suddenly a 787 Dreamliner comes through the living room door.
30 seconds after takeoff, there was a loud noise and then the plane crashed. It all happened so quickly. It quoted him as saying in an interview at the hospital where he's being treated. He said he'd been visiting family, was returning to the UK with his brother, who had been sitting in a different row. All right, so... he had called his family to tell them he's fine, adding that they were upset about his brother and all of the others who died. Yeah, okay. So a doctor told CNN that Ramesh's condition was not very critical and that he could be released in the next couple of days. So this, oh man,
this seems like nonsense.
This seems insane. Yeah, okay. He has some blood in the images, but he's not very badly injured. He is very comfortable and under strict observation, no issues, said Dr. Rajnish Patel, professor and head of surgery at whatever. Okay. He was sat in seat 11A of the flight in the emergency exit row just in front of the plane's left wing. And I guess that seat is right where the spar of the wing would go under, and it would be a solid place for the aircraft to hit the ground. But as far as survivability above it, that is incredibly surprising.
That doesn't seem real.
No. But I mean, CNN reported on it, so I mean, they've never messed up.
Could this be a marketing ploy by that new Final Destination movie?
It could be. Yeah, they actually make a plane go down. Yeah,
they take the plane down for the
because I saw Zach linked a post that said that the seat that the survivor claims to have been in was seat 11A, which is the seat in Final Destination 1 where that dude is like, I gotta get off this plane. And
is it really?
Apparently. I did no due diligence. I looked at the tweet and I said, wow, this is written in semi-broken English, but but that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's seat number 11A. This is bullshit, dude. It's bullshit. It's bullshit.
Like how do you know it's bullshit? What is it that...
Dude, because it's 11, it's staring you in the face. There's no way he's like, oh yeah, he's fine. Everybody else, gruesome death. Him? No problem. Yeah.
Well, we'll know in the coming weeks.
11A is the thing that makes
if he gets taken out by a Rube Goldberg machine or something, yeah.
No, I think the
movie Final
thing is
Destination?
that everyone else died terribly.
Oh, is that what it is?
So in the first, the premise of the first Final Destination movie and all of them thereafter is that whole class is going on a senior trip to like Paris from Chicago, and the one kid drifts off to sleep waiting at the gate, before they board the plane, and he dreams about the next 30 minutes in which they board the plane, and then it immediately goes down after takeoff. His seat number is 11A. Because he has this premonition and he slowly starts seeing the things he dreamt about come true, he freaks out during the boarding process, gets his whole class ejected, or at least a certain amount of them ejected from the plane, and then they all like watch the plane explode out the windows of the airport. In the coming days, because a mistake has been made, death is coming for them to balance the slate of the living and the dead. But it can't just jump out of the shadows and shoot them. It has to fate has to befall them in like an overly convoluted
pianos
way.
Start dropping off of the strings that the movers improperly dealt with, and
yes, quite literally that kind of thing.
And they do that for like 9.
It's like every time I'm driving behind a log truck now. I'm
Woo!
like, I'm
Log truck
speeding,
scene
I'm
is
getting
scary.
around this log truck because they get
Everybody
fucking-
has this moment for the log truck scene in Final Destination. It's either 2 or 3.
It's 2, yeah.
Like now, when they're on the highway and they see a log truck, they're like, "Nope, let's get around this. Let's get around this." And the logs start bouncing and going through people's windshields and cutting heads off.
It's funny because logs don't really bounce. So it's just like, well, what would they do if they fell off a truck? They would probably hit the ground and roll. Yeah,
slide.
Yeah, they don't bounce like they're made of rubber. But yeah,
Cool,
there's no This was seat 11A. Also, they said that 11A is in front of the wing. Where? Okay, my geek part of my brain.
Yeah,
is,
I thought the people that traditionally were most likely to survive plane crashes were way at the back. Is that not right?
It depends on the crash, yeah. But I mean, if it's full of fuel and then it hits, yeah. I mean, you have a lot of stuff in front of you. So imagine every row in front of you is an airbag, just made of meat and metal. You know?
Mm. Oh, so, what a terrible way to go!
I think most
you're so wrong about that being a good way to go.
Oh, it's a great way to go. You instantly just you're done. You're done. Big crater.
The descent.
Like if you have one of these lazy crashes where we skid across the runway and burn alive in jet fuel, I don't want that. But if you like 9/11, for example, they didn't feel nothing.
That isn't. Oh
no! They were going full speed into that building. There's no way they felt anything. So 11A is in front of the wing, but I don't think that's. I mean, it is an exit row. So
it all adds up.
No, it doesn't. No, it's not. Let's you shut up.
Show me the error.
You better shut up.
No, this is crazy. Everyone else burns to death. No one's even close to surviving, and this guy's bruised. Like that doesn't make sense.
You sound like you haven't even seen Unbreakable.
Well, I've seen Unbreakable, and
that actually is the most surprising part. Not the survivor.
Unbreakable. I mean, you're right. 9 times out of 10, you say a movie, I either pretend to have seen it or I just am honest. I'm like, I've never seen Titanic. I don't know.
You've never seen Titanic?
I've seen bits on TV, but it doesn't seem like my speed, and so I'm not going to watch the whole thing.
Actually, speaking of Titanic, that would have been a good way to go. Not the people on the Titanic, but the OceanGate. Oh my God! Yeah, that's very preferable.
You
very preferable.
Titanic, like yeah.
Well, they went down to the Titanic. I mean, it's very technically they are people who perished on their names are now on a plaque that's on the boat.
And that is, you're right, because I didn't realize how instant it was until I watched a YouTube video on it.
Yes,
and it's like there wasn't like on a plane crash or like obviously the real Titanic. There's a lead up. In the case of the real Titanic, a very long one, a plane crash, a much shorter one. But like there is a time of abject horror where you are in no control. You have no ability to exert control of your situation. Those guys going to the bottom of the sea. Apparently, like there was never even a second of like, hey, this Mad Cat's controller's running low on batteries, or like this doesn't seem like a well-constructed thing. Hey, there was a weird creak there. Is that concerning to us? It was just instantaneous.
Right. It's just they say if you can hear the noise, then you're okay. And like because if you don't, then it's just lights out. There's no it's faster than your nerves can transmit the pain to your brain.
It's faster than the speed of sound too.
You get vaporized.
Anything. Yeah, your brain works at the speed of chemistry. They got fucking imploded. And some of the simulations show they make the people out of these little like cubes. And they're just like shattering as the person implodes to nothing, and it like turning into goo. I saw the wreckage. Now the wreckage. It just looked like it was torn apart, but I haven't seen any like chunks of people or anything. Which there
wouldn't have been. So
I don't think there were, according to them. Yeah,
the air inside got super heated, and essentially they were vaporized. I mean, the amount of pressure down there. It was 12,000 feet, something like that. Let me just look up pressure at.
Stupid. It's so stupid. I watched that whole documentary about it, and you could even see there's a part where the. Zach was talking about it in the text over here, where the wife is up top and she's like monitoring, and there's another guy with her, and the camera's on her, and you hear boom, and she goes, "What was that?" Yeah, that was the sub exploding.
Yeah. So the pressure.
But she receives the message after the explosion because of like it takes so long to get back up or something. which didn't make sense to me, but that's what they said.
So Kyle, in reading the expressions, did you feel like other people in the room knew what it was?
Nobody knew what it was. Yeah, they heard a bonk, and
she was like, "What was that?" She was because
then the search began, and the Navy was called, and hours and hours. And then we started watching it on the news later on. It was like,
but
they only have 4 hours of air left.
Yeah, but they knew that there wasn't anybody there. So the pressure down there at 12,500 feet is 6,000 pounds per square inch. So it's roughly 400 times the pressure that we have now. It's 400 atmospheres. So that's pretty insane. That's really, really crazy. So imagine that just all around you in every direction, just forcing you into like a singularity, you know?
Yeah. That's a good way to go. You were still planning your post-expedition lunch in your head when you got.
I'm not convinced faster is better. Now, I know I'm not pro suffering, but if you were like, Woody, you die on Monday, I'd be like, oh, you know what? Thanks for the heads up. I'm going to, tie up some loose ends between now and then.
How do you get a note about her death?
I'd rob a bank.
Armored
you'd grow up a stewardess. Get on the nearest plane.
You'd be like, honey, this is the folder with all the financial. This is the bank. This is this is the that. You're gonna need to know this after I'm gone. I'd say my goodbyes. I don't know. To sort of wrap things up, do what I got to do. Maybe break out the paramotor one more time.
I mean, and that would be the final destination part of it. That would be like Monday morning when you're like, one last flight. Like that would be the thing that cost you your life, man.
So that's interesting because like I don't know about you guys. Like I've had a lot of really interesting experiences just in life. Like I'm 38 and I've been fortunate and getting to do a lot of cool stuff. And I think about if I died tomorrow, what would my regrets be? What would I do? I have things that I really, really wanted to do and just they fell by the wayside, or do I have dreams deferred or something like that? And I always come back to, I feel like I've done enough. Like I know I still want to do more. But like if we were to call it a game tomorrow, I wouldn't feel bad about it. And
that's a good place to be mentally.
Yeah, but like I that doesn't mean I want to. I still have life insurance and all that stuff. I want everybody to be taken care of. But like, it's still, I don't know. It's I feel like I've gotten a lot of things done that I wanted in life, and everything past this is just kind of gravy. Like maybe I'll feel differently in 5 years where I'm like, no, I need to do more. But like, I feel like, I don't know if a lot of people can say that, but what do you guys think?
No, I mean, if that's how you feel, that's great. Like, I think the average thing would be people being like, oh man, I should have done this. I should have done that. I should have handled this differently. I should have grown up to stewardess.
Yeah. Get shotgun those 3 coats. Yeah.
You're looking at, you're doing that. You're having that little forethought from the position of you're in an afterlife looking back at the present life though, kind of.
Not necessarily. I just mean right now, if this was just lights out, I'm not saying but you won't looking back on the totality of, I'll be too dead to care. But I think just in terms of would I, if I had a choice, right? If someone says you are going to die, tomorrow, and this is 100% certain, you can't do anything about it, I wouldn't be the only regret I would have is I wish I would spend, more time with my family or just have more time with people that,
Game of
people I love.
Thrones.
Yeah, exactly. Just rewatch the first 5 seasons and that's it.
I'm gonna go get that writer. I'm gonna go get that fat fuck, take him out. If I've only got a day left, I'm taking him with me. There's no way he gets to outlive me.
That's a good one. That's
right.
No, sir. Thanks. No, sir. Don't worry. I'll make him tell you how it all ends before I, care.
Would you bludgeon him to death with Winds of Winter?
Yes, I would. I would make him eat his words actually until his. I would force feed him his unfinished, the blank pages that he hadn't finished, and then kick him in the stomach when he was gorged with them to rupture his belly, like in.
So this sounds like fan fiction. This sounds like a good. You should. Is this like Harry Potter and the Cursed Child?
The estate's very litigious. I didn't mean any of that.
In a video game, yeah, of course.
This is all in Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think after this, there's either absolutely nothing, or they're going to wake you up out of that pod and be like, "What was it like?"
Mm-hmm.
What if you wake up out of the pod and you're short?
You'll be in the future where pods exist, so you won't care.
What if you're like 5'2"?
I mean, who's to say the average man isn't 4'8"? Like I could live with 5'2" if I'm in a future with pods. We can go. You can just simulate universes in pods. And apparently, I was the main character in my simulation. So because they woke me up, y'all didn't get woken up.
Oh,
what if when you die, you just get woken up and you're in like the beginning of the most mundane part of your life? Like, let's say you had to wait in line at the DMV for 3 hours, but then you just get put back in the beginning, very beginning of that. And you're like, oh god damn it! Like that. You're
talking about repeating purgatory hell.
Yes, exactly. So like a bad road trip or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that's always one of the scariest depictions of hell, that you're in a pocket universe that's on repeat for all eternity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The whole burning in a lake of fire thing seems to sort of pale in comparison from sitting at the DMV for the next eternity, knowing that when you do finally get called, it starts over again.
Yeah. Because every time he says you don't have the correct paperwork, you're right back pulling your number.
Yep.
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah. The issue I have with the idea of like heaven or hell is that it seems very one-dimensional. It's like, well, you don't like this and you like this, so you're going to be happy for all eternity. But the only reason why happiness even matters is because you have something to compare it to. Is because we have bad and good. And also, I think there is value to life because at some point it ends. If it was never ending, it would be essentially meaningless. And then if you only had good stuff where you just like, all right, just a constant drip of oxytocin or serotonin or whatever, like this, I'm just feeling happy all the time. Like that sounds like hell. That actually sounds like hell.
You know what? The way to fix that is like
Coke?
one day, yeah, Coke. One day a year in heaven, you have to visit hell.
I was saying one day a year, all crime is legal.
You have a little bit of a purge. No, like you're in heaven. Mm-hmm. A jillion years into that, you're right. You will have forgotten how shitty things can be, and so just one day a year, you leave heaven and all the delicious foods that you can eat as much as you want of, and you never ever gain weight, and you have to go live a day in hell. And then that's horrible because you're on fire and it hurts. And then the next day you're back in heaven, and now suddenly that food's sweeter again. You're like, man, I was taking this for granted.
I don't think that would really help people that much, because let's say if you're a billionaire and then you do a you guys remember this movie Brewster's Millions? So it's Mel Brooks, and he gets to he's a millionaire, and he decides, like, his friends do a sort of bet that if he can make it 30 days as being homeless, then he gets some crazy amount of money. And through the 30 days, his friends end up fucking him over, and then he ends up falling in love with like a real, hot homeless woman, which is never occurred.
That's as unreal as this fucking Survivor.
Exactly. Yeah. She was seat 11A too. But it's just like, I don't think one day of perspective.
You sure that's Brewster's Millions?
Is it? Yeah, I think so.
I think, isn't that the Eddie Murphy movie where if he wants, or maybe
no, that's Trading Places.
That's Trading Places.
Kyle's right. He has to spend all the money in a weekend or something.
It's not Eddie Murphy though. It's the guy who set himself on fire. Richard Pryor. Yeah, he to inherit like 40 million. He has to spend $1 million in like a day. Correct. And the whole point is to teach him that the money's not worth anything, that it's about, and through a day or two of wasting that money, he learns the value of money. It's a fun little story at the end.
Right. So so the movie I'm talking about, I think, is Life Stinks.
Oh, yep. That's it.
Yeah. There we go. Life Stinks. There we go. But same era, right? But I think you don't get one day of perspective shift and then everything's fine. Like if you're a billionaire and then you just become
Trading
homeless.
Places. Like Trading Places is another one, kind of similar thing, and you also get to see Jodie Foster's tits. Not Jodie Foster, Jamie Lee Curtis.
They're
much better
nice.
Tits anyway.
Yes, but also the idea that, like, let's say you have to go to prison, right? Like one day of prison, doesn't make you a better person. I think because there's no stakes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think the idea that you're gonna get out tomorrow is already like a softening of that. If it was like you're gonna get a like every month you get judged. Every month you could go to hell for forever. So you better like maybe that's the thing. I don't know. I really don't like the concept of heaven or hell. It just seems kind of dumb to me. Like, and I'm sorry if I offend people and in the audience or you guys. I don't mean to.
I like the idea of it being, and a lot of like fantasy and sci-fi has done this. I like the idea that everyone would have their own hells and heavens. That we're not going to be in some big gold fucking castle or some city of gold with clouds to walk on and just all that bullshit. That your version of heaven might have been like that great day with your family down by the lake, pushing the swing and having a barbecue, and you just get to have that day as much as you want. And it's that maybe you even have that ability to like, how you would love to watch Lord of the Rings again, fresh, having never seen it. If you could just be like, fucking reset. Lord of the Rings, you say, what's it about? Well, have a seat. And you're back in that fucking Cinerama, like you got the smell of the popcorn and sticky shoes and your brothers are there.
It's this great movie about walking where they pretend there's a fellowship, but really Frodo does it all on his own.
Oh, just so not.
Wouldn't have got very far without Sam.
Yeah. Sam carries him.
They all carried their own weight. I mean, Boromir, bit of a slacker early on, and then he redeemed himself with alerts.
20% way through the movie.
Is there a canonical reason for those eagles?
Sure.
I think that
eagles are their own people. They can just commanded about that. That's a very like human centric idea that we should just order the eagles to do this and that. Like you could say, why didn't Haradrim just show up with their Oliphants and carry the ring? Because they were doing their own shit. They had their own motivations. The eagles. They were
too busy. Okay,
here's my take.
They had shit to do.
I think I got this from somewhere else, but Sam carried Frodo. And the ring didn't impact Sam because he was carrying Frodo. So why not put the ring on a chicken and carry the chicken all the way to Mordor?
Exactly. The transitive properties of the ring and its effects are a bit of a loophole.
I think the biggest reason they didn't do that, it's because it would have ruined the story.
It's quite cold.
No, I understand.
It's quite cool.
It's quite cool.
He had it with the pincers. like even that. Like think about it. Gandalf had it with the pincers and all was good. He could have just held those pincers and gone all the way.
That's true too. Why he had to put it
in a bag?
No, Gandalf was immediately feeling the temptation. Remember when he went to touch it on Bilbo's floor, where they used that big giant
with his
ring?
hand. But when he grabbed it out of the fire with the tongs, it was no big deal. It's quite cool to the touch. And then he put it in Frodo's bare hand.
Any of it in your, I think it has to do with whether or not it's in your possession, because Frodo is only very rarely wearing the ring. Mostly it's on a chain around his neck.
Sure.
It impacted him greatly, though.
Yes, it did. So I'm saying, like,
sacrifice a chicken.
Yeah, but you could put it in.
Then one of the greatest stories of Western literature in the past 150 years wouldn't have been good. It would have been really
been that great if there's a chicken loophole.
It would have been an awful story about a really increasingly ornery chicken as he makes his way.
How much damage did that chicken do? Like
they wake up and Smeagol's licking his fingers. He ate the fucking chicken in the night.
Didn't Bilbo have the ring in like an envelope or something, like in his house?
Pocket. He was walking around with it in his pocket there, for a long time, and he'd like sort of rub against it and think about it. There's lots of that. That's a bit of an issue, but it doesn't really be able to explain unless you think too hard.
Why did Bilbo barely age, but Smeagol aged horribly? Please explain.
Oh, it's just a timeline thing. So like Smeagol was centuries older than any other character. So like Smeagol had the ring for like 500-600 years or something. So
he
like
actually did age well.
Yeah. If you fast forward the clock on Bilbo another 500 years, he would have been a ghoulish little creature like Gollum.
I think it also corrupted Smeagol in some ways too. Like he already had he took the ring with murder and he coveted it so so obsessively and spoke to it and it spoke back. He had a very different relationship than Bilbo had, where Bilbo sort of like put it on a shelf and left it there and like was just in this protective aura around it, not focusing on it daily.
Yeah, Smeagol indulged it, and that was a big thing. that he offered no pushback. He loved it.
He was
second he saw
so
it.
much so that the ring felt that Smeagol was a little too touchy-feely and left him and like rolled out of the cave.
Yeah, well, it's because the ring was trying to get back to Sauron, and it's like, holy shit! 580 years I've been in this cave with this lunatic eating raw fish.
Introvert found him
singing to himself. We got to get out. We got to bounce. We got to get out of here. Maybe someone there's no one more insane than this on Earth, so I can only upgrade by anyone else finding me.
So if you got the ring in a box or you encased it in rock, and then you just gave it to one of the eagles, I mean, this thing is solved in an afternoon, right?
Oh, a few days for sure. If the eagle would carry it, although then they have to do with the fell riders. They'd have
to kill the Nazgul.
The
first.
Nazgul are going to be patrolling
because the Nazgul are going to fuck those eagles up.
They're going to be at Minas Morgul or whatever, like in that.
How would the Nazgul find the eagles? They didn't.
How they wouldn't
They got the airspace covered.
The dragons, like
Soviet
the
S-300 missile defense systems,
is what I mean.
Yeah.
So I understand how they would win the fight if they could find them, but they struggled to find Frodo. So how would they find the moving eagles?
So it was tough to find Frodo because there was anywhere in Middle Earth he could be. But it's kind of like Woody, if you're trying to return the ring, and I know there's the only place you can return that ring is my guest room, bathroom, garbage
only
can.
One Blockbuster still open.
Like it's gonna be. I can spawn camp. I can be like, all right, I'm gonna keep 3 of my ghouls outside my bathroom because he can have the ring as much as he wants. And frankly, the longer he holds onto the ring, the greater the chances.
There wasn't even a guard outside the door of Mount Doom.
Yeah,
like the Apple Store is better protected.
That was sloppy, but tactical mistakes happen. Yeah,
HOA has more like balls to it. Like they just strode in there, and not strongly, by the way. They crawled through the door. If you could have had Igor, the one-eyed bald orc, who you always leave in the back, and he could have stomped out fucking Sam and Frodo up there at the end. They were all like Smeagol almost defeated them.
One orc would have taken him out, or like a locked door.
Locked door would have done it.
You don't need an orc. Like just throw a big old bar behind it, locked door.
Just a tall door handle. They can't reach.
Even
I love the implications
door. That's another solution.
But what if one gets on the other's shoulders, Kyle?
It'd have to be a very tall door.
Then. You got me. Then.
Or just have a troll, like you chain a troll to that front door. It's like, bitch, you're not getting past that.
So what if to get past the door, they had some lock and load?
Oh, if they had some lock and load, they could blast their way through.
That's right.
But before we hear about the wonderful product that is lock and load, we're going to hear about another incredible product, Harry's. Today's episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. We originally tried the starter set from Harry's, which was a great entry point, and then I personally upgraded to the Winston set, and I've been using that to clean myself up for a while. I love the weight and feel of the handle, and obviously the blades go across with such a satisfying smooth glide, no nicking. Plus, I look forward to the smell of that foaming gel anytime I got to use it. It's a fantastic combination. Not too strong or tough on the skin like a lot of other products I've used over the years. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for the other big brands. Plus, outside of that foaming gel, they also offer body washes that create such a rich lather that's moisturizing for the skin in scents such as redwood, wildlands, and stone. I can't complain about their extra strength, high quality deodorant as well. It's just $5 and smells fantastic while lasting all day. Harry's has a no-risk trial. If you don't like your shave, no worries. It's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means being able to cancel anytime. But trust us, you won't be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. harrys.com/painkiller to get that $13 trial set for just $3. Check it out. You will not regret it. Very high quality stuff. High quality razors, great smelling moisturizing products. You will enjoy it. harrys.com/painkiller. Just $3. get the set for $3, guys. You're leaving money on the table here. Big mistake. Harrys.com/painkiller. This episode's also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement that's taking the world by storm. Everyone's talking about it. If I recall, Donald Trump mentioned it.
Really?
And Joe Biden. We come across the aisle.
People are saying that, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. So check it out. You will enjoy it. It works. If said it a million times, but if it was just a nonsense product that didn't deliver, we would have saved ourselves a bunch of horseshit nonsense and just made it one pill that you took every day. But it actually works, which means you have to take all 6 of them. Stay hydrated, take 6 of them, 3 in the morning, 3 at night. You are going to notice a difference. It'll take about 2 weeks. And so these are month supply bottles. So it's not like we're selling you a bottle and being like, yeah, month 3, you're really going to notice it. No, when this bottle's halfway empty, your girlfriend or wife or boyfriend, we don't care, are going to be talking about it, being like, you're coming more. Like you're not going to be wondering when it kicks in. It's going to be very, very apparent. So check it out. Code PKA or code Jizz. And that applies to every product on Derek's site, GorillaMind.com. So it's not just Lock and Load. That's our personal favorite product, obviously. But pre-workouts, energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, collagen powders, any supplement you can imagine. Derek's got a version of it. Derek's got fucking 5 flavors of it, probably. And so check it out. Use those codes. Save 10% on Lock and Load and everything else there. And be sure to use code PKA10 to get 10% off our merchandise. That's also linked below. Get yourself a t-shirt or a hat or stickers or a mug, whatever you please. Use code PKA10 to get 10% off of that.
Cool.
Back to the show. Excellent transition there, Freddie. Consummate professional.
Look at that. So just a quick question. So this is version 2 of Lock and Load, because I remember the first one was 9 pills.
Yes. So we basically... Derek and his guys, me personally, Woody and Kyle, we came up with a way to, I guess, make the pills are larger now. And so it's not as though there's been like a reduction in any of the dosages. It's just, they used to be those tiny like powder capsules, and now they're those larger, like, I
think we also saved,
those things like cod, like the fish oil tablets, like that are kind of big. Formula. Yeah. And then we also
saved some space, consolidated some ingredients.
I don't think we backed off on much, because the sunflower lecithin is still the same amount, correct?
No, they found a more concentrated version of one of the ingredients. I forget the details.
Oh, maybe it was the Pygeum. Okay. Well, then, it's
prions. We added prions.
Prions, yeah.
We added things to give you.
You do need those,
like RFK.
Yeah. So quick question. So I always, since we were talking about Lord of the Rings, I always look at movies and these fantastical movie series and think about what the implications are. So I recently rewatched all the Harry Potter movies, and it seems to me Voldemort wasn't actually that bad, and the real villain of this would have been Dumbledore. Because
I don't know enough about Harry Potter. I'll be easy to sway.
So Harry Potter, I mean, I'll give you the broad strokes. He's a wizard, and then he has to beat the bad guy who is the most powerful wizard in the world, and he just wants to kill all the half-bloods. He wants only pure blood wizards. He doesn't like humans, and he's basically kind of like Hitler. Okay. So
that's what I remember from the movies.
He himself is a half-blood.
That makes himself bad.
Exactly. Very, very much Hitlerian, right?
He's also like a fascist who brainwipes and tortures, and
his nose is fucked up.
Correct. Oh. Yeah, he has no, because he's turning into a snake and blah blah. Right. So I think Voldemort's he's not a good guy, but Dumbledore, he's the professor. He's the good professor that guides Harry and Hermione and Ron. And the way I see it, all he does is he gets in the way. He doesn't give Harry or anybody like very pertinent information. Like, he died in the 6th movie or something like that. He could have just given Harry like a paragraph of like, here's what you do to beat the bad guy. Here's like, I know all of this, but no, he does the traditional boomer thing. And like, well, because you didn't read my mind, I'm going to punish you. And then the entire next movie is them trying to interpret what Dumbledore meant, even though at any point, he could have just told them straight up, have direct communication, and solved all of this. And this happens in every single movie. They talk about Dumbledore being like the greatest wizard that ever lived, but you never see it. He doesn't demonstrate any of his powers. Anytime he needs to do something, he just leaves. Like they go, oh, Dumbledore's away on vacation. Dumbledore's away on business. And then Harry has to go to school where he's, there's mortal danger for him and every other kid. It's a terrible, terrible fucking situation. So Voldemort, all he really did was like, yeah, he might have killed a few people, but it wasn't as bad. Like it's not as bad as basically convincing a bunch of kids and parents to bring them to a school where every year something terrible happens. Kids die. They have like these traumatic events. And this happens like super regularly. Yeah. All Voldemort ever did was like just scared some kids. And then that's it. Like he couldn't even kill Harry Potter. That's how ineffective he was. And I think, and he didn't
a lot of people die in the last movie at the end there.
Yeah, but that's only because he recruited an army. It was very apparent that like when
that in some circles is bad behavior.
No,
hear him out.
I'm not saying he wasn't bad at right at the end, right? But he was portrayed.
He collapsed the London Bridge. He's a terrorist.
Wow. Okay. Cool. All right. So this is the worst thing that's ever happened. This is the worst thing that's ever happened. You don't see anybody going in the water. He just he
That's true. It was more of an infrastructure attack.
He broke some infrastructure. I'm so sorry. This.
Kyle, you hypocrite. You praise Ukraine for doing that.
Yeah.
Well.
Exactly. Yeah.
I don't mean
depends
to be
on what side you're on.
You're right about
I did
Dumbledore.
Say it wrong. You caught me on it. Okay.
Dumbledore was very absentee from what I recall from the movies, where it'd be like, "There's something incredibly important I must tell you, but not now." just bounce.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Damn, dude! Like, there's living trolls in the bathroom."
Yes. There's a tree that will beat you to death.
At it. There's a tree that beats you to death.
It's called the
not so much fun in your movie, are they, Kyle?
If you get beaten up by the Whomping Willow, then that's on you. What did you think that the Whomping
Don't put it
Willow
in a school with kids. There's
it's
kids
guarding
in the
a secret entrance.
It's not. Why is that? Why? Okay, don't make this a school. Don't put a school here. This doesn't make any sense.
That's true.
Don't go in the woods because you'll get eaten by spiders or bludgeoned to death.
Sending your kid to Hogwarts is only like
it wasn't his idea to put
it's like
there.
It's only a barely safer school than like that LeBron James school. Where like everyone's like, nah, we're not learning to read. We're doing
Have you
gang
seen
stuff.
that bit? So Key and Peele did a whole bit where it's a Harry Potter wizarding school, but in Compton.
That's pretty funny.
They're all going through metal detectors and shit.
That's funny. I mean, they needed metal detectors at the regular Hogwarts because a lot of those, they were giving those kids too much power.
Yeah, I got no complaints about Dumbledore, but the whole like premise of the books is that they're every year returning to a school that is very dangerous to attend.
Also, the universe in which this this universe establishes that you could, against somebody's will, turn somebody into like an animal or like some inanimate object.
Sure.
And it's nuts because like, what if you were like a piece of shit? Like, what if you were a bad person? And so right. But like, I feel like Voldemort could have done way worse, like way worse. Imagine if you're a guy and then you wanted to like,
he tortured Neville's parents to death.
Oh no.
Oh,
no. Well, he didn't do it. No, Bellatrix Lestrange did.
Yeah, but she works for him. This is like
she went to jail.
Leave Hitler out of this. This was Goebbels' mistake. Like this is a.
I'm not saying he didn't do. I'm not saying he didn't do anything wrong. I'm saying that because of Dumbledore's negligence, I think that he is the bigger villain. And even in death, after Harry Potter died, he got Avada Kedavra and he went to heaven. And then he talked to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore still wouldn't give him a fucking straight answer. So
because he couldn't. Because if you tell Harry Potter what's going on, then he won't. Then things won't play out the way they're supposed to. Harry Potter is
why not?
He's a sacrificial lamb. You can't tell a 7-year-old, oh, well, in about 7 years, you're going to die at the right time so that evil can be defeated.
But don't worry, you're also going to get pussy from a cute redhead.
So
Is that not who?
Well, Ginny Weasley, I suppose, but she's very young. You shouldn't be saying that.
But he's
Jenny.
he's
a good girl.
Are they like 25 by the end of that show?
No.
Yeah. They're 63.
17. The actors are getting pretty old.
So
I know they're all older than I am.
God, man, like it just doesn't make any. The whole thing of you're doing this at the right time, except for the fact that when Voldemort got a body again, he was very, very weak. If you got like 4 wizards from that school, like the professors, they could have taken him out. He was almost taken out in that first one. Remember with Harry's ancestors or whatever, and then they were like, "Let go!" Like that when they were doing that, they almost killed him. You're telling me that a Dumbledore wouldn't have done this?
Well, because when Voldemort was raised from the dead, they used Harry Potter's hair and once again binding them together, their life forces together, and their wands also shared the same, I think, unicorn tail core. So they're really nerfed against one another, and they don't figure that out until the very end. That's how Harry Potter keeps escaping. He keeps escaping because Voldemort wants to be the one to physically do him in with a magical wand. If he just got a knife or a fucking gun, that's the version I want to see. The YouTube like Freddie Wong version where like someone gives Harry Potter a 12-gauge shotgun.
There's Harry Potter with guns.
Every evil wizard.
That's a YouTube video. Yeah, for sure.
Every evil wizard would have a hard day if Harry had an AR-15.
That's true.
Things would have gone differently.
You need a good
song. There's a song that says, "If I was in Hogwarts, I would solve problems with physical violence."
I mean, that's the thing I didn't like about Harry Potter. Just the way they handled magic in it, where every single time something came up, it would be like, "Oh, Harry, this door is locked. Unlock us, Doris." And it's like, okay, well, that's handled. And then it was just too much of that. What I would have liked is if once he got into heaven and was talking to Dumbledore, Dumbledore was like, "Harry, my God, I gave you the time machine thing and you used it once. This could solve everything. Use it again."
Yes.
Time Turner, and he didn't give it to him. The Ministry of Magic loaned it to Hermione so she could take extra classes. That's what they do with the most powerful mechanic in the world. They give it to 12-year-old girls so they can take an extra biology course. That's what they do with it.
That's crazy.
That's
the worst thing that ever happened. Yeah.
And what are you going to do? You want to get real nuts with it? Why don't you start doing the math on their currency system? Nuts and galleons and silver sickles. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up.
No.
Also, Harry is canonically a millionaire. Like he's worth probably $3-4 million or something like that. And it's literally in a pile of gold that he never even bothers going to because he mostly, when he's not at school, everything's paid for. It's a boarding school. But he's mostly, in the summers, he's in the muggle world, the human world, and all of his expenses are like minor and they're covered by his aunt and uncle. So he has no expenses, no overhead, $3 to $5 mil in the bank, piled up in gold, earning God knows what kind of old-timey interest. His friends Ron are so poor. There's a scene where they go to Harry's vault. First, they go to Ron's vault, and Mrs. Weasley, she's got like 8 fucking redheaded kids. She goes in there and like gets everything they have and rakes it into a bag. And it's like $27 or $36. It's something like that when you like equate it out to pounds from galleons. Don't ask me how I did that, but I did. And Harry watches that happen. Then they go to his vault, and he tries to be quick so they don't notice as he grabs a chunk of gold. Like he just drags out thousands of dollars into his fucking satchel to buy his stuff. And it's like, why don't you?
And he never helped the Weasleys?
He kind of does, but not really. Like the only time he comes close to financially helping the Weasleys, he buys the kids some chocolate in book 1 from the cart, and then again in when the Weasley brothers want to loan
to financially helping the Weasleys.
The second
buys a piece of chocolate. No,
you just made
Weasley brothers.
You just created 7 jealous chocolateless kids because only one gets the bar.
He funded the Weasley's kids like magical store, so he got them into business. But still, Ron is his friend. Ron is the one who spends a whole year with a broken wand at wizard school. Ron is the one whose robes for like the wizard prom are so humiliating that he doesn't want to wear them. And it's like, dude, you can't help your bro out with a $40 wizard robe or like fucking 40.
Dude, Harry's a shithead. You're right.
Super shitty. Like, there's no way I could have my like poor bro showing up. First of all, I'm Harry Potter. I can have some ragamuffin like bro showing up all with his high waters on and his Nikes from 1992.
And what about Hermione? Couldn't Hermione just be like Robus Fixus?
Yeah.
Like,
so that's another thing. So how does an economy work at all? Because is there? I mean, that's some drip. That is
I'm
some
here
drip
for
right
it,
there.
yeah.
Dude, look at those ruffles.
Looks terrible.
I want to wear that in Elden Ring.
Listen,
that's like how I dress my character in Red Dead Redemption. It's some fucking nonsense.
You're all right, boy. So,
I don't know how alchemy works exactly in the Harry Potter universe, but I just choose to believe without any deep research that they can't make silver, bronze, and gold. That those.
Yeah, but how does? But you don't need. But you only need that insofar as like it buys other things. So how do you have a scarcity? How do you have scarcity when you could literally magic things out of air? You know,
I don't think they can magic those things, but I think there are certain things they can't magic out of the air in general. And I think that one of the things is this bias.
They could do food.
Well, you're exposed to this bias from the books and the movies where every wizard you see is like a master wizard, whereas you might imagine that the average wizard can't do most of that shit. Like when we see Marvello's family, like Tom Riddle's, like ancestors and stuff, like they're shitty wizards. They don't know how to do stuff. I think that's part of it too. And also it was written by like not a great writer.
Yeah. You know? 'Cause it just seems like if, let's say, Dumbledore could make food come out of thin air.
Sure.
Why doesn't he just do? Yeah. But he doesn't, like, we're going to have a feast, but every kid in here is just paying me money to do this.
Well, I don't think he can make it out of thin air because like what happens is the house elves cook all the food and then he makes it appear from the kitchens on the plates. So I am a little confused about how things are like come out of nothing. I don't think they can actually do that in a way that breaks the economy. And they go to like Star Trek post scarcity commie wizards.
Yeah, it just seems like there's the rules are a little inconsistent, you know. So
big time. Well,
I don't know.
There's tons of inconsistency. She's not a great writer. Just not.
If we're going to talk about one inconsistency that drives me up the fucking wall, it's Back to the Future 3. If you
the Western one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So when Marty McFly goes back to 1885, he meets his great-great-grandfather or something like that, right?
Okay.
His great-great-grandfather is married to a woman that looks like his mom. This does not make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Because
you know, at the end when they're getting on the train, there's that little boy pointing at his penis inexplicably. You ever see that little factoid?
Yeah. He was trying to.
The actor has to pee, I think. Yeah. The little child actor has to pee, and in the shot, he's like pointing at his penis.
He's like. But I mean, it's a 6-year-old, and they're on like probably take 20, and he's like, "Hey, I gotta piss."
Yeah, I don't like those movies. I like the first one, but after that,
you like the Harry Potter movies?
No, the Back to the Future movies. I love the Harry Potter movies, and I'll be honest. I talked about this the other day. They cast the new Harry Potter, and like they're race swapping some of the characters, and it's not even a small race swap. It's like a race swap that makes the story weird now because Snape is now a black guy who gets made fun of, who's going to be getting like bullied mercilessly by 3 or 4 white rich dudes who make fun of him being greasy. And then because when he talks to their white girlfriend, who's not a white girlfriend anymore because Hermione is Mexican, Spanish, brown. They picked a brown Hermione. I haven't even looked to see what the internet thinks of that yet, but they can't love it.
They're not. It's not going to be good.
Yeah. But the black Snape is the main problem because Adam Driver looks just like Snape. Adam Driver is a wonderful actor. He's pale as it can be. He's got that big goofy nose. Like think of him in the Star Wars movie, just that version of him.
Yeah.
Snape.
So the most unbelievable thing about that is that the black guy would get made fun of and not be able to court a white woman, especially growing up. That's sort of insane.
Look at this. They look exactly
that looks
Those are different people.
That's also. I mean, that's an AI interpretation of Adam Driver,
the hairline looks like something from my nightmares, but
it looks like a wig. But I've seen real pictures of Adam Driver and of whatever the Snape guy's name is, and that seems just like a giant fumble. Yeah, to have a guy who's like, "Hey guys, we're making this new show. Who are we going to cast?" Oh, as luck would have it, there's someone who's like weirdly a doppelganger of the very popular character. Should we go with him? It's like, no, we're going to change it from the ground up. Like we're changing the whole thing.
Okay. Is all right. Well,
I feel like
I never thought of
in a tough position too. Like,
oh, for sure. But I mean, it's
he's in a hole.
It's sort of why they never recast, the Back to the Future movies, like where they never went back and did them because
Zemeckis won't allow them to.
Zemeckis won't allow them to do it. But J.K. Rowling was like, all right, here's another $1 billion, let's go. So I feel like it's not old enough to need a remake.
Yeah,
I'm okay with it. So because here it's a TV show, so they're going to be able to spend an entire season per year of their of the Harry Potter year. Look, I don't like that Snape thing, and to me that genuinely sours it for me. I don't know if I watch because of that, because it's just weird to me and it seems purposeless. There's no reason to do that. I'd be fine if you added like any number of diverse cast and characters amongst the kids, because we only get like 15 or 20, 30, 40 named kids in a school of 1,000, 5,000 kids or something like that.
Right.
You have plenty of room to expand with extra characters, and you can give them some like agency. They can do stuff in this universe. But the Snape thing is just super weird.
And it could happen in the future, right? Like maybe something interesting.
Oh, they have to retell the Harry Potter story, you mean?
No, like I don't know what the TV show is going to have, but it seems like we could move forward and not cover this same timeline, right?
Oh, that's what they're doing. No. They're telling the Harry Potter story, the story. Books.
Yeah, I would rather hear about the new,
They've done that, though. That's Fantastic Creatures and Where to Find Them or whatever.
Is that the Harry Potter universe?
Yeah, there's 3 or 4 of those movies.
But they're in America, and it's
all
weird.
sorts of wacky adventures. It's fun.
No, Woody's right about this. Like I'm not as into Harry Potter as you two, but like I would rather see a different story within the Hogwarts universe. Like whether it's a 200 years before prequel, who knows what problems they were going through then? Voldemort wasn't even around. Like just there was a new big bad. Like
I would
that's what the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is. It's
but what if they did? So
or whatever.
Yeah. What if they did a like a prequel, sort of a backstory to Voldemort? So when he was just getting out of school, and let's say he worked at the Ministry of Magic, and then there was a big conspiracy of, like they brainwashed him or something, and he was studying to be an Auror.
Ooh, that could be like he got MK Ultra'd.
But we know he didn't. We've got his full backstory. Like I would watch the war when all the time when he was in charge, because they often talk about the dark times when Voldemort and the Death Eaters were running rampant. And they sort of analogize it to like the Blitz, almost like the battle for London or whatever. When the Nazis are overhead and you're cowering, turning the lights out because they could come and torture your family tonight. That would be okay. But what I would really rather have, if you're not going to canonically go back and just do books 1 through 7, show me Harry Potter as an Auror, which is basically like magical FBI. Like let me see Harry Potter go forward and be magic FBI. And why don't you get Daniel Radcliffe? Holy shit, he's the perfect age. Get him in there. What are we doing? Get the band back together. Like get them all back and do Harry Potter 8, 9. What 9?
Well, I mean, they have the Cursed Child. So that's that stage play. And Tom Felton is actually playing not Draco, but he's playing Draco, right?
He should play Lucius in the new show. They should have him come and play Lucius. There's no reason not to cast him for that.
Well, that's true. But I know he's playing. Actually, is he playing? No, it's in the Cursed Child. So he's doing Draco, but Draco grown up. Yeah.
No, I like the Harry Potter universe a lot. I read the books as they came out, and I watched all the movies. I cried when Dobby died in the movie theater. I was upset. It was very sad. But
there's where did that beach? That beach is actually a place. So people go to that beach and they leave like a rock for Dobby, and Dobby Beach location. And there's like
I like that.
Hold on.
Taylor, you wouldn't leave a rock for Dobby? Do you know what he did for us?
Dobby doesn't know what's been done.
Oh, Master has given Dobby clothes.
Dobby has that.
You know what? I would give Dobby like like panties.
Dobby has like a Captain America moment there at the end where he's like, Dobby is a free elf.
Yeah.
And he's here to fight for Harry Potter. And he starts like fucking some shit up there for a minute. It's great.
Yeah, but in the truest sense, Dobby in that moment was kind of just like Samuel Jackson crying in Django when his slave master finally got shot. He's like, no.
No, see, Dobby has magic that supersedes the magic of the wizards. Okay, and being a free house elf, because he got that sock via Harry Potter, that old dirty sock. He has magic that allowed him to go into that magically warded home that the Death Eaters were holding out in and rescue everybody. And giving
that's on the elves for being conquered. If they were that inherently powerful, like
exactly,
that's 100% on them. They get got, now they're made into slaves. That's on you guys because you had magic teleportation, crazy powers.
Okay, BB Netanyahu.
But I don't.
Does God exist in this universe? He has to, right?
Heaven does. They went to that King's Cross station in the sky. Remember?
Yeah. God would have to be real because heaven's real.
But is it like the Christian God? Because like they celebrate Christmas.
Is there any other kind?
Is
there?
Yep. Is there?
Speaking of Israel, I keep getting.
Speaking of Israel,
I keep getting people.
Of Israel, seamless transition.
Yeah, from Voldemort to Israel, the real Death Eaters. I think they're attacking Iran right now.
Right.
I think that Israel's bombing Iran, hitting those nuke sites. They've been talking about it for weeks. The U.S. has been saying, we're not going to do anything, but you never know what Israel might do. And they've been like sort of saying they're going to do it without saying they're going to do it. Oh, we got video from Iran. Explosions.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. Explosions all over Iran.
That's what we need is another war in the Middle East.
Why does it feel like we're always on the edge of World War II?
Three.
I lost count. Who counts to three?
Who knows at this point,
Yeah, I can't remember the first three letters of the ABCs.
Yeah, it feels like we are.
But yeah, like when it was Ukraine, Russia, it was like, is this going to like escalate to World War III? Where is this headed? It seems like it's just going to stay mostly between those two for a while, I guess.
Yeah.
But now Israel's bombing Iran, which is going to solidify partnerships that were previously fractured in the Middle East because they all hate Israel. Maybe.
It would ideally, it would not pull us into it, but who's to say? Because it seems like, Israel says jump and our politicians say how high.
It's not true. They asked us to take part in these strikes that are going on right now, and we declined.
We said, we'll pay for it, and that's it.
We'll pay for it, and we'll run cover for you at the UN, but that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
and we'll train you.
I know the check is late. I'm so sorry, guys.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail.
It's in the mail. Yeah.
It was on that Air India flight. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just
anti-Israel. I don't know what your problem is.
I couldn't care less about the entire Middle East.
You don't know.
The entire Middle East. I don't want anything to do with
it. You didn't see what they did? We were watching that clip a couple days ago, and it's all this flour has been spilt out in the dirt, like hundreds of pounds of flour, and they're just digging through the dirt, like getting handfuls of dirty flour and putting it in their shirts to like carry away. And it's so sad. And then out of nowhere, some Israelis start shooting them with machine guns. So everybody's running with their shirts full of dirt flour, trying to get away.
Those Israeli heroes were shooting to save their own lives. It was
them. Stop flour thieves!
It was them or the Ethiopian-looking starving victims.
And it was probably, Kyle, that like, you probably aren't up on this, but there's a new type of C4 that looks exactly like flour. And so they were probably collecting weaponry. Yeah. And so they had to shut that right down.
Dude, wonderful. What if it actually was though? Like what if we found out that what was originally believed to be flour turns out to be ammonium nitrate fertilizer? Later on, the refugees crafted into a bomb, which was detonated outside this school you see here. He's like, oh fuck, I was led astray.
If we saw that,
we'd the good guy the whole time.
We'd have to reevaluate. Yeah, I'd feel real dumb. But I'm like near positive it was flour. Yeah, that shit's crazy.
We could make such good propaganda for the Israelis. I wish they'd hire us. See that right there? We just came up with a way to spin that whole situation. Flour? Mm-hmm. No, that's ammonium nitrate. Didn't you hear? Yeah, it was look on Snopes. You need lie.
Lies.
We control Snopes.
We control Snopes. We create the Snopes lies. Yeah, there is nothing for us in the Middle East. Every single thing that happens in the Middle East, it's always a disaster. It's always terrible. It's never like awesome new ice cream flavor discovered in fucking Lebanon. No, it's always something horrible. And we've had enough. You guys handle your own shit. clearly you got some ethnic tensions going back millennia.
Have you guys ever been to
Not our
Dubai?
problem.
Dubai, no.
I've never been to
It's
Dubai.
amazing.
So Dubai is like it reminds me a lot of Vegas because there's an air of like there's a big air of fakeness, and nothing was here 5 minutes ago. So like in the 60s, it was literally a desert, and now it's like this sprawling metropolis and these super big high rises and $1 billion whatever's everywhere. And it just seems like I always think about Dubai like this. It seems Americanish and like westernized up until the point where you realize like, oh shit, things are a little different here. It's like talking to Tom Cruise. Like if you talk to Tom Cruise, you go, oh, he's a pretty nice guy. He's a pretty nice guy. And then you like tell him one thing and go, oh shit, he's fucking crazy. Oh, I did not know this. So I think it was in Dubai, like some woman got sexually assaulted and then she went to jail, which is like, and then you can't, they have these,
it's very middle
really, yeah, it is. And then they have like these really backwards laws, and
was her brother or guardian with her?
Yeah. Does she have 3 witnesses?
She's probably driving that harlot.
There is, for every millionaire, there's 100 people living in abject poverty, but just in the slums outside of town. So it's just really weird. I don't know. I've never gotten like a good vibe from the place. It's cool. It's cool to visit, but just like Vegas, like in Vegas, you don't want to stay there for more than 3 days. As if you're visiting.
Nosebleeds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh yeah. From the cocaine.
Razor boogers.
No,
yeah.
the desert air.
The desert air. Of course.
It's very dry.
It's this damned desert air.
It's a dry heat.
It's a dry air gets me going.
Man, I feel fucking wild on this desert air.
Let me put you my big ideas on desert air.
Vegas can be super draining because of the day-night cycle. It's I watched this thing about nuclear submarines, and they really do a good job of establishing this day-night cycle, even though they're in the twilight of the deep ocean. So like they do things on a schedule. It's important that pizza party every night is important, so that you know that like this is nighttime. This is nighttime pizza, and it doesn't feel like you're eating pancakes at 9 p.m. Vegas doesn't do that. They work against that in every way they can. Everyone talks about there's no clocks in the casino. That's an obvious one, but man, just like those rooms black out completely with the curtains. You wake up and it's sort of like dim outside, but the lights are so bright from the buildings that is that 6 a.m. or 6 p.m.? I'm not really sure. It just, you can melt away there, especially if you're, high on that desert air.
Yeah,
I do love blackout curtains though. Like it's great when you're trying to get rid of jet lag. So whenever I fly to UK, it's always like I need a day to just like get rid of lag, because you're going over there. It's usually like a 6-7 hour flight, but then you lose 5 hours. So you get there and you haven't slept at all, and then you're in the middle of the morning, and now you gotta do work. So I love hotels with blackout curtains. So but it does fuck you up. If you wake up and it's 6 p.m. and now you don't know what to do with the rest of your day.
Yeah, I've never been to Vegas. I don't know if I like gambling enough to really live it up the way everybody seems to love gambling. I'd pick one of the simple games. I would learn how to play craps, because everybody at the craps table at every casino I've ever been to, those guys are fucking laughing. They're joking. They're having a fun ass time. And then like the really serious people are at the poker tables or the blackjack tables. And I would be too intimidated, because what I've learned from mostly Kyle is like blackjack and stuff like that is a bit of a team game. And so I would be worried that I would, through ignorance, fuck it up for like the guy sitting to my right or sitting to my left.
Like small stakes, nobody will care. That's the thing. Like if you're playing like $2 blackjack, nobody gives a fuck. There's lots of like weird games to learn. There's 3-card pokers and Chinese pokers and baccarat and stuff. There's lots of silly games like that to goof around on. But if we went there, my goal would be to teach you how to play, Texas Hold'em.
If I was with you, I would trust you to instruct me.
Yeah.
Like that game's so fun because everybody's sitting there like drinking and talking. If you're at a table where nobody's talking, then it's no fun. But if everybody's sitting there having a good time, it really is fun.
I believe you. Yeah.
I mean, I've been to Vegas plenty of times, but it's just like I've never gambled. Like I think I've gambled like maybe once on a slot machine, and I was like, okay, that's good. I had my Vegas gambling experience, lost $5, and I'm good.
Slot machine seems like the most boring. You don't get to do anything.
Yeah. No, there's nothing, and it's all computerized, and like 100%, you're just flushing this money down the toilet. But Vegas is really good to people watch. Like if you want to look at just a variety of people. So if you're looking at Las Vegas Boulevard, like where the fountains of the Bellagio are, so you have there's street performers, there's strippers trying to get people into a club, like literally smacking people in the ass as they go by. There's these like Mexicans giving out like playing cards for hookers you can get in your room. They go like that. They don't speak English, but they're at every probably 20-ish feet. And then you have the weird tourists who bring like their kids. So they'll have like strollers at like 1:30 in the morning walking down Vegas Boulevard. And I'm like, what is happening? This is crazy. This is like every GTA NPC just on one street.
It's a great environment walking down the boulevard there because you smell weed and the women aren't wearing much. And occasionally you'll just see some random titties get flashed and everybody everybody's having a good time. Like you don't see the depressed loser out there. It's everybody's up. Everybody's doing good when they're, walking around outside. And then there's street acts that are usually pretty fun. There's those guys that they have the Transformers, like the cartoon, and they like turn into the truck and just drive and they hop up and transform into a man. It's great. I don't even know how they do it.
No,
that sounds fun.
Yeah, you should go. Also, the show.
There's also the art. So you would here. Let me sell it to you. The buffets are genuinely one of the most impressive things in the world. You drop, $50 to $150 for these all-you-can-eat buffets, and you get what you pay for. So it'll be all-you-can-eat crab and lobster and seafood and steaks and ribeyes and just fantastic sides as far as the eye can see.
Dude, I would take them for I could lose $400 at the casino and take them for a ride.
There's like a top 10 list of like, of course there is, of like, but there's a plethora of wonderful all you can eat buffets, and it's like, oh, go to this, you got to go to this one. No, the one at the Wynn. No, the one at the Bellagio. No, go over here to this poker room. They have the best thing. They do brats all day. Like it's like that. It's fun to do.
I like that. I would want
the
hot
shows.
Crab, not the cold.
The shows
crab.
are really good too. Like even if you're not necessarily, you might think you're not a Britney Spears, but when you see her in concert, you're like, fuck, that was great. They put on a goddamn show.
It's really good. So I went like years ago, but I saw David Copperfield, and David Copperfield, is old time, like kind of old school magical act, and it's a pretty small theater in the MGM, but he's been doing it forever. And I went in there and I thought, okay, this is going to be kind of hokey and it's not going to be very good. And I came out of there. I'm like, that was one of the best shows I've ever seen in my life. It's so crazy. Like the stuff is, he's definitely a master of his craft. He'll take like a beach ball and then he'll throw it out in the audience. And he goes, I want one person to catch it. And that person throws it to another person. And then it goes like 4 layers deep. And then he brings that person on stage. And then he goes, what do you have in your pocket? Or, something like that. And then at the end, he has this big thing where he's levitating off the stage and flying around the room. Like it's very, very cool. And it's very
flew around the room himself.
Yeah. But
I wonder how he did that.
Magic.
It's actual magic. Yeah. No, he's harnessed the power of flight for himself. I think it's wires. It's but
I like that in sci-fi and fantasy, by the way, when the bit is that the guy has magic and he chooses to become a magician, like a show magician, because he can just abracadabra and everybody's like, wow, I saw the guy in half. Great. But he's really sawing the people in half or something. Always like that little trope.
It's like that. What is it? The Prestige or whatever. They think he's magic, but he's actually just creating a perfect double of himself and killing himself every night.
Yeah, that was a great movie.
Yeah. Sorry, spoilers.
It would be. It's actually it's way less impressive to be magic and put on a magic show than it is to not be magic and put on a magic show.
But what if you had to kill yourself every night?
Yeah, but it was always like a different version.
It's kind of impressive to have magic, though. Like,
I just
feel like that'd be cool.
It's cool to have magic, but if your whole bit is you're doing magic on stage and you are magic, you're not doing the David Copperfield, like, playthrough in your head of like, to make this look real, I have to do this, and I have to do it from this angle, and I have to have a person who kind of is this archetype, so I can guess correctly. Like, you don't have any of that lead up. You're like, what am I going to do for my show? I'm going to magically saw this lady in half.
Yeah,
magically.
Yeah,
like, and then you don't. So it's just not as impressive. It's like, if you were like, it's the same way. Like, if you had super strength and you were the best lineman in NFL history, that's less impressive than just being a guy who's an awesome lineman because he works real hard.
Yeah, but I mean, let's say if you're in a Harry Potter universe and then you become a magician in the Muggle world, like does that cheapen it, or are you like opening these people up to to actual magic? You know, like I don't see that as cheaper because you're born with it. You know.
Have you guys seen a real magician, Kyle and Taylor?
Not a real one.
Maybe at like a birthday party when I was
like a real actual magic.
Never a real deal one. I have very little exposure to warlocks in day-to-day.
I went to a show.
Have you ever seen a wizard in real life?
And it was really impressive. I was young, but one of the things I remember is he flew a light bulb around the room. This is a big room. There's hundreds of people sitting there. And the light bulb came close to us, and we weren't even that close to the stage. And I was like, and the way it moved, it wasn't like on a long string. Like, it would move and stop on a dime and then zip somewhere else. And I'm like, I never did figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. No, I don't think I have seen a magician in person, actually. I'm not drawing a blank. Cool. I don't think I have. No.
I've never seen a real one.
You should,
certainly not a real one.
I went to a Kris Angel show in Vegas, and Kris Angel was the complete opposite of David Copperfield. So he was about an hour late to his own show, and people were getting real belligerent in the audience, and his show was absolute trash. Like, really? It was
the Mind Freak failed you?
Yeah, Mind Freak done freaked me out of my money. So it was I don't know if he's still doing a show. He might be, but it's just whatever you saw on the show, you realize that like everything on the show is just very, I mean, it's obviously very scripted and made for that, but it doesn't translate well to stage at all.
Yeah, that was funny.
Like, show would have gone better if he was on time, or did he just lose the crowd immediately?
He was losing the crowd pretty quickly. But the fact that he also on top of that was late, and people were, these people were drinking all night and they wanted to see something fun, and then they were sitting in their seats for an hour.
I like the idea that the crowd like had an informal contract where they were gonna fuck up this performer for fucking up their night. Like,
it's in his pocket.
Take his jacket. Don't give it back to him.
I remember watching.
She's scrunching up at the other end.
I remember watching the Mind Freak show on. I don't even remember. It was maybe MTV. I don't remember what channel it was on, but the Mind Freak show, True TV, maybe like way back in probably 20 plus years ago, and he would always be walking there, and always he's looking so casual with his eyes only like halfway open, like I'm gonna pick a random group of people, and then he'd like walk past 60 people to find the closest black family, and it was like why? Oh, really? You're just randomly picking people again?
Yes.
And you're always going to black people who absolutely love magic. Like, come on. Like, he never stopped and was like, I'm gonna do tricks for this fucking Vietnamese family. They'd be like, you tricked me. It's not real.
Well, it's kind of like the opposite to David Blaine. Like the whole magic of David Blaine was that like I'm just gonna do this thing for a very long time. Like, I'm just gonna stand up for 4 days and like, okay, cool.
I like David Blaine.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna be underwater for a week and a half.
I love that. Yeah,
I saw David Blaine's interview about when he held his breath for. At the time, it was the world record for holding your breath. It's been since beaten, I think, but. He talked about, he's like, well, I was looking at how to like cheat it. And we were looking at installing a device in my windpipe. And then there were these rebreathers. And we finally decided the best way to do it was just to do it for real.
Yeah.
So he starts doing these breathing exercises with deep sea divers. And he trains for like a year or two. And he talks about like what he was going through mentally, breaking the record. Because I don't remember what it was, but it's like 18 minutes or something stupid. It's crazy long. He went with like holding his breath. But he talks about having hallucinations and going through this crazy shit. And he talks about, he's like, but the thing is, I'm an illusionist. So nobody believed I really did it.
Well, that is a risk in the trade. When you make all your bones off of like throwing a deck of cards at a deli window, and then the 7 of hearts is stuck.
That was incredible. How did he do that?
I don't know, and I liked that one.
I love that one.
Dude, I just checked the longest breath hold. 2021, a Croatian guy did it for 24 minutes and 37 seconds.
How many?
24 minutes and
how much brain damage did he have after that? Like, he wasn't okay after that.
It said he pre-breathed 100% oxygen before the record attempt. I guess that's allowed. That seems a little cheating, but that's still insane. Like
it is.
Episode
he also tried to break the non-oxygenated record, but he didn't get it. He stopped at 8 minutes 58 seconds, which is still wild.
David Blaine's record is 17 minutes.
That was David Blaine without oxygen, about 9 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Every once in a while, I'll just randomly decide to time how long I can hold my breath on my phone. Do you guys ever do that? Like every couple of years, I'll just randomly.
I used to do it tons as a kid. Like for some reason, it was something I must have watched a movie or something. And so when there was like downtime in class, I would watch the clock and hold my breath to see how long I could hold my breath.
It's crazy the difference as an adult versus being a kid. Because I remember as a kid, it was like I thought a minute was like a crazy amount of time to hold your breath straight. And then even now, like my fat ass out of shape, like I can easily do 90 seconds plus every time I like do little try. It's probably been a year since I've been high enough on my couch to be like, I wonder how long I hold my breath.
I'll give you $5 if you can hold your nose for 90 seconds. Mouth closed, nose held.
Hold my nose?
Because I'm trying to avoid cheating, right? We can all do the thing where we barely breathe.
Okay. How about it? So I have to go, but before I do that, I think I can do that.
Let's see.
You I will mouth closed, hold your nose.
I'll put my mouth on the microphone so you can hear if I'm breathing. Okay.
I don't want that. I want to see your.
You don't want ASMR closed. Mouth noises?
I do.
Okay,
we'll pay for that.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do an honor system here. I'll tell you if I breathe. Okay.
Just pinch that nose. Woody wants the nose pinch.
If the nose isn't pinched, this isn't even a thing.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Someone time it.
I'm working on that. So I'm at 45 seconds now. I'm going to give him credit for like 42 starting.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the recording time in the top left. He started at like 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 33 seconds. And it's now 3 hours, 5 minutes, 52 seconds.
A lot of times in movies when they're having to dive to the bottom of the pool, there's a Mission Impossible where Tom Cruise has to hold his breath and do this crazy thing. There's a liquid-cooled server he has to swim down into. And I hold my breath along with him, and I can't hold my breath as long as Tom Cruise. Just the excitement of watching the movie has my heart beating a little, but I'm like, he's swimming though. Any sort of physical activity just ruins my ability to hold my breath. Like I could do like 2 lengths of a pool, like a backyard pool, and when I come up the other end, I'm but
yeah, I bet Woody's probably the best at this. Like
I used to be good at it. I don't know if I'm good now. Yeah, we used to train that in swimming.
It'd be so funny if he made his camera freeze and just left, and like 5 minutes from now.
All right. So I had him at about 42 to 55, 1 minute 13 seconds ish. What'd you get?
Tom Cruise beat you again.
Yeah, based on the timer, it was like minute 15 or so, but pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Pretty solid.
All right, guys.
There'll be no fiber headed your way, of course.
By the way, Tom Cruise held his breath for 6.5 minutes underwater for a scene in Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation.
That's Scientology, man.
The GOAT.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Freddie, I know you got to leave. Where can everyone find your newest escapades?
Go to youtube.com/Tavarish. You just look up flooded McClaren P1. You'll find me.
There you go.
That's an amazing.
Thanks for coming, man.
Good luck with that.
Thanks a lot, guys. All right, take it easy.
All right, take care.
Bye-bye.
What was the longest you ever held your breath, like in your swimming prime, or did you not even record?
We never did it with that activity. Like we would do things where we were allowed one breath per lap. Like that's a thing we would do, and that we'd go on for like 8 laps. But I never just held my breath underwater for time.
How long is a lap as far as like time? Like 30 seconds,
well, that wasn't a fast lap. It would be like, let me think. If 2 laps is about 50 seconds at race pace. 1 lap was probably like 30 seconds a lap.
Dude, doing that 8 times in a row, that's kind of got to suck by the end.
I used to be in shape, yeah. Yeah, but like there is a pride thing to it because some people, you do a flip turn, so there's no breath there, and some people would like touch and do like a turn fit for butterfly, not for freestyle, and it's like you fucking puss, you failed. Everyone knows you failed. We all saw it. Yeah, I didn't want to be that guy.
That's fair. But yeah, I'm so distanced from the swimming world. My brother was my youngest brother was on swim team as like a young kid, and he was really, really good. He was winning meets often, and then he got to the age where like middle school age, where he was like becoming a man more and would have to wear those jammers, which are like it's like a Speedo that is also it's like a shorts length Speedo, and he was I think like one of his friends or something like said that was gay, and that was all it took for him to be like, I'm pivoting. Like I'm pivoting to a different sport. And it was
dude,
like,
I wish I had really jammers. We wore the tiny little bikini style back in the 90s.
Yikes.
Oof.
Yeah. And
that would drive me away from the sport.
You'd shave everything that bathing suit didn't cover.
Oh, I wouldn't want to do the
I think Kyle's the inverse of that. He shaves only what that bathing suit covers.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I do. Like you trim it down under the bathing suit area.
Well, trim, there's a difference.
My legs
between hydrodynamic clean shaven. That's
melted off with chemicals, so you're just smoother than a baby's bottom. I didn't want to take it to the baby's bottom. I was trying to go anywhere else.
Fair.
And that's where you arrived.
That's where I stayed. Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah. I tried that Nair once that you recommended me, and like because of your insistence of like, use it as directed, but don't keep it on for more than 6 minutes or you're going to get chemical burns. I was like standing in my bathroom naked, like everything covered, like my nutsack has a bunch of fucking chemicals
with
on
a pressure washer ready to instant remove.
Yeah.
I think I got like 4 or 5 minutes in and I'm like, I don't have the stones for this sort of like
that's literally how it works.
I rinsed it off too early, and then a lot of the hair did come off, but then it almost looked like I had like my scrotum was like a cancer kid's head before they fully shave,
like a dog with mange.
Yeah, where it was like, okay, most of the hair's fallen out, but there's still some straggly long ones that haven't.
So I stand by what I said, because there's that moment where you've got the timer going on the sink, and I recommend 4 to 5 minutes for the first coat, and you're like, if you're like, okay, it's time to get in, but then you need to take off your socks. And then like, oh, let me hang this towel here so it's there when I get out. And all of a sudden, 45 extra seconds have gone by, and those seconds matter. You need to be ready when the 5 minutes gives up to not only get into the shower, but like start scrubbing that shit.
Yeah, water's already running. Like
and it's not going to take all the hair off the first coat. But by the third coat, the third like time you do this, like the next shower, everything will be gone, like melted off.
Can you do it 3 times in one day, or you got to do it over 3
You're gonna get chemical burn. I feel like if you do that, like maybe my skin is just extra sensitive, but it's sensitive skin you're using it on. You're putting the chemical on your balls that melts hair. So I like to take my time and because I have burnt myself before, and it's like a stingy sunburn kind of feeling. It's not good.
Want that.
Is that your go-to for hair removal to this day, Nair?
No, I usually just use a razor. But if you're going for all the way, then Nair's the way to go. And for you especially, because you've just you'd blow so much money on razors if you had to hack through all that.
It's pretty hairy down there. Pretty hairy everywhere.
You just use a hedge trimmer.
You want an indiscriminate chemical attack on that hair. You can't go in there, shoot a hair at a time. You got to genocide.
You need a sniper. You need a napalm.
Do you ever let it go for a long time, and then like you feel some of those hairs on your scrotum, and it's like, how is this such a brambly thick hair growing out of like what is a bag of skin? Have you ever had those crazy thick scrotum hairs?
No, I don't get those.
Yeah, well, guess what? I bet everybody in the audience is saying, "I know what you're talking about."
No.
They're leaving.
It's like, they're so coarse and thick that they poke through your jeans sometimes.
It's like and it's not most of them. It's just like you feel it, and it's like this feels like this is the girth of a beard hair.
No,
what the fuck is going on
hair
here?
On my balls, I've got little wispy.
No, it's mostly regular hairs, but every once in a while you feel it, and like there's like a tuft of hair sometimes, and you can like roll your fingers around it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No, you're the like weird one here, dude.
Yeah. All right. I'm just saying,
Big, strong.
I googled hairy scrotum and it disappointed. I don't know that this is a real thing.
I don't think you should have googled that.
They weren't real scrotums. I didn't learn anything.
Oh,
they were fake
scrotums and stuff,
like noodles.
Oh,
cartoons, keychains.
I know about noodles. Yeah, that's what you do to help your dog's confidence after they're castrated.
Yeah, you get it. Genuinely is.
That's what it is.
Now that you said it, I've heard of them.
Yeah. I'm thinking about getting Toby some noodles. His poor little bag shrunk up to nothing. It's pitiful.
Oh,
it's pitiful. Like it almost turned into like an Audi belly button. Like it's just gone.
I'm thinking about popping another one in mine.
Yeah, third.
A third one. Yeah,
that's an alpha move. That's a Sigma move.
That is a Sigma male move to get a noodle and hand it into your scrub. I get a big one. I get like an ostrich egg. Actually, no, that seems.
You wanted to match? You want like a third that's bigger?
I want it to be sort of. No, you're right. It should match.
You know what? I think maybe replace them. Right? Just get two brand new big boys and inject testosterone. I genuinely don't know from a medical standpoint, what need do we have of testicles if we're injecting testosterone? What else do they provide? I know sperm, but okay, get past that because I don't want any of that anyway. What else do testicles do besides make sperm and provide testosterone, medically speaking? Could I have them removed and just inject testosterone and be none the worse?
Bailey J does it.
I think she has testicles. They're just shrunk up.
I mixed it up then. Who's the other one? The inverse of that.
Oh, you're talking about the trans man who's all bearded up and stuff?
He's totally masculine vibing.
Well, he's just got a big old lady dick now from all that testosterone.
Right. I'm just saying he's living your dream.
What was my dream? What did I say?
To live without testicles.
Have your testicles removed surgically so that you could.
But that's a mentally ill person. I wanted to be able, I didn't want to
Oh, right. Your dream's not that of a mentally ill person at all.
Well, no. Keep in mind, we're replacing my standard guys with some big old clankers. Not only are they huge, but when they bang together, we get some noise. All right.
Right.
Yeah. Metal. It's like that Office
metal
where you go
clack, 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 clack. That little thing with the stick.
I don't think it's a good idea, but
have you considered getting 8 of them, Kyle? Just
8. What am I, a dog?
Yeah.
That's what the Office toy has.
You know what? I would get.
Oh, you're talking about the whole click, 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 click.
I'm just thinking outside the box here. I'm a big brain guy.
He's a big brain guy. I would get a dozen small testicles, so it was like a bag of marbles.
Okay, got a couple D20s in there as well.
I have edged dice in there. It's very uncomfortable.
Oh, turn it into a magic 8-ball. Put a little window so you can see in.
Put a window on my sack with a mag, and then I have to shake it, and it's like. I could have girls shake it where it's like
the new magic.
Give it a shake. Are you going to give head tonight? Unlikely. Fuck, shake it again.
The new magic 8-ball is going to be AI. You're not even going to have anything floating around any goo. You're just going to have a little screen that you activate by shaking a.
That's not
shaking
fun.
A thing.
Yeah, the whole point. The whole point of it is that it's a tactile, physical thing.
Well, the AI could
find. You remember, I never had a magic 8-ball, but I remember at a friend's house he had one, and it just would not work. Something broke on it, and so only the 2 same faces would ever show up.
It's like a bubble.
Seems unlikely.
Seems unlikely. Yes, without doubt. Okay, well, those are our 2 options. So there's no fun.
Just flip a coin, eh?
Yeah. What a fun thing. Do you think I guarantee the guy that invented the magic 8-ball had a bunch of naysayers around saying, this is the dumbest thing I've ever imagined. And he's like, you have to believe me.
And then the guy who invented the moon boots got way too much encouraging because that is the dumbest thing.
100%. That guy's a fucking scammer. And if there was some form of class action lawsuit that I could, were you scammed by moon boots in 1997 on Craigslist? Were you led to believe that you could soar through the air just like the kids in the commercial? You may be entitled to compensation. That was fucking gay. That's
fucking pump up Nikes too. Like they made those seem like they were going to give me some air.
Dude, I had those in hockey skates, and I love them. I love them, dude. Different people have different preferences in their hockey skates, but I like mine really, really tight. I like all the ankle support, and it just felt secure. And I felt like my footwork was better with tight. So I'd pull my laces so tight, I used a tool to pull the laces like kids do. And then I would pump up the sides. And I'd sit there like just outside the face-off circle. And some asshole would tap the deflate with his stick. It's like, foiled by the opposing team.
Really remember the Marty McFly shoes? Do you remember the Back to the Future sneakers? How they would like lace themselves up and do the whole bit? They made those like 5 years ago. They're not as good, but they're close. Like in the movie, they really are aggressive about the way they zoop, and like secure your feet. But the real ones go really slowly and sort of like get tight.
I kind of get it though. You just sort of pull them all wider. It seems like tech.
Let me see if I can find a clip of it because it's pretty neat. I like the idea of sneakers that do something other than just sit on your foot. Nike's back to Nike mag.
I like the sneakers that are like illegal to use in races because they're so much better than everyone else's sneakers. I think that's dope.
Sneakers that what now?
Oh yeah, they have sneaker tech that absorbs the energy from the impact and launches you forward. And they're breaking marathon records to the point where now you're not allowed to wear the super sneakers. It's just like a better foam and design. They're really thick on the bottom, and they're pretty dope. Whoa, Zach found them.
There's a short video like above his link that'll show how they work.
I saw that. Those are some ugly sneakers.
Yeah, they're pretty ugly. They're from the future though. And sensibilities are different then.
Aren't they from the past at this point? Or what year? What year did they travel to?
Oh, I don't remember. 30 years from like 80, like now, like 10 years ago or something.
Yeah, like 10 years ago. That's what I thought.
Yeah, something like that. I thought they went 30 years into the future, and the movie's from 85 or 86. So,
yeah.
But I don't remember. I really didn't like the later movies. I just like the first one. Him trying not to fuck his mom and Doc Brown being hilarious. But I didn't like when they went through the whole Donald Trump thing, and then the Western one was just garbage. Anything that I don't know. I have sensibilities about Westerns, maybe just lame like that.
You're right. I want to disagree with you, but you're just right. I sometimes I like try to convince myself a movie or property is better than it is, but the first one was great and it fell off.
Yeah, I'm just done with the story.
Well, Biff,
the
future.
So the premise of the second one, partially speaking, is that Biff, the bully from high school, from his dad's high school, got the almanac, the sports almanac, and he's been using it his whole life, basically, to become a Donald Trump-esque billionaire with all of his winnings, and he's the villain in the future.
He was known as the world's luckiest man because he never lost a sports bet. And
I would be tactically losing sometimes. Wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd think that makes sense, but I don't know.
That also comes up in the Stephen King book 11/22/63 because he's gone to the past. The way he's chosen to make money is through gambling, but he wins too much, and they come after him.
What is he doing it in like underground illegal circles?
Nowhere. He's East Coast. There's nothing else to do.
Oh, yeah. I didn't know that. I thought there were always states that had.
I don't know. Atlantic City was legal through my whole life.
It was the 60s.
This was the 60s. Yeah, so I'm not sure when it became legal.
Yeah, okay. He's having to deal with semi-nefarious back alley gambling establishments as he goes.
Well, and that's a terrible place to win too much.
That would be a fun to have all that information and be the luckiest man in the world. you'd not only want to win your bets, but you'd want to start like a program where you taught people to win their bets and just bullshit it. You got to believe. You got to see it. You just make it up. It doesn't matter. You know what's going to happen. You got to tell them how to analyze teams and pretend like there's like game theory and statisticians working for you, but really you just got the almanac.
Yeah, really you just have an answer sheet.
If you could do it with stocks, they'd let you keep going.
Yeah, if you had the stock,
and you would have been way richer.
You could do all sorts of insane things. You could buy low and sell high, and you could mess with futures any number of ways to just make insane amounts of money and become a fucking trillionaire.
Are there maxes in gambling? Like if Elon Musk was like, I want to put $5 billion on the Florida Panthers to, win this series and win the Stanley Cup this year, would like casinos take that, or would they be like, oh no, maximum is a million, 2 million, whatever the number is?
Sports gambling's weird because they're like, it seems to be a bit of a science, and you do see really big bets, like $500,000, $1 million bets on prize fights and stuff go down. But when someone like Dana White wants to go there and play blackjack for like $50,000 or $100,000 a hand, they're often in like special side away private VIP rooms where certain casinos will take that action and certain won't. Like Phil Ivey, famous Texas Hold'em player, is one of the best. I think he's the best Texas Hold'em player in the world. Mm-hmm. I always thought he was. He was just incredibly accomplished. And
he's a black guy, right?
Black guy. He always has his mouth open. He's the one that Polk was talking about when he was on a month or so ago, who took all those Chinese casinos for, it was 9 or 12 million because they were card edging or whatever you call it. Like there was a particular brand of poker cards that were misprinted in a way that you could memorize the backs of them and know what was there. And so he would go to the casino and he'd say, look, I want to play, I think it's Baccarat, but I could be wrong. I want to play Mahjong or whatever the fucking game is. I want to play this game with this deck. I want a private room. I want 3 private dealers who can sub in and sub out. I want champagne here. I want the green M&Ms. This is Lucy. She's my partner. She plays with me. I bank. She bets. By the way, she's an expert at reading the cards. Like he's brought in someone who's like, he's good at it, but it's all she does. And he took them for like tens of millions, like 9 or 12, 20 million, something crazy. They actually won a court settlement against him, and they started garnishing his World Series of Poker winnings, and like they're getting their money back from him. So now he only plays in like this other, I say now, I don't follow it like super closely, but now I only see him playing in like these Asian tournaments and cash games. Like he's not in the like a American scene. It's definitely not cheating if you ask me, because
that seems crazy that they won against him because they made a mistake with the cards.
He told them to pick those cards, and those were like legit cards, but he had found a secret about that card that they didn't know. He didn't go and it's what some people will actually do, like, and you've seen this, they'll mark the cards that they're currently playing with, so that if they see that card over by you, they know that's an ace, and they know you have an ace, which is a huge amount of information in a game where each player has 2 cards.
Well, that's obviously cheating, but it doesn't seem like what this guy did, which was just exploiting a mistake. That's not cheating. That's on the fucking casino. I
would feel cheated though. Like if I lost to him and then I found out he knew what my cards were the whole time, I would.
Well, he's playing against the house. There's no like player. It's all against the.
I follow, but I'm just trying to apply like the same morality. Like it's easy to root for the individual over the company because that's my like knee-jerk reaction too. But if I try to think about what's right versus wrong, forgetting the fact that one's a person and one's a corporation. To say you have to play with what's basically a marked deck and I know it and you don't, and then I beat you for what would you say, tens of millions of dollars?
Yeah, it was like 12 mil, something like that. Let me see.
It feels like he cheated. And I know it's a corporation, but cheating's cheating.
Baccarat, by the way. 9.6 mil. In 2012, him and his partner, Chang Yen Sun, won $9.6 million playing Baccarat at the Borgata Casino in Atlantic City. And that was just one of his like nights. Like you got to keep in mind, like he was doing this everywhere that would do that.
Isn't Baccarat one of the simpler games? Where
I only know how to play Texas Hold'em. I'm not qualified to talk about it. Even blackjack. I don't know how to play at a higher than just silly tourist level. Hold'em's the only thing I know even a little bit about. And other poker-based games. I guess Stud and Draw in Omaha. I know a little. Same.
Which one is the one where you get 5?
Stud.
Or
what is 5-card Draw is also.
Okay. I should have known that. But like, what amongst poker pros, what do they see as like the game that best elucidates your skill? Because I know I've seen like enough Magnus Carlsen shit where apparently in the chess world it's like classic chess. Like classical style chess is where you really separate the men from the boys. It's not speed chess. It's like where you are using your entire brain with plenty of time to analyze and think. And, you know, maybe I shouldn't do that. Like you're not pressed. And so they see that as like the ultimate clash.
I think they would say there are these tournaments. First of all, it would be a tournament that is high stakes. So it would be $10,000 to $50,000 entry fee. So you get real people who are playing in a serious way. But then they play a mixed game, and they mix Texas Hold'em, Omaha, and a couple other games. I think it's 4 different games, and it rotates. I think that's probably the most difficult discipline of poker, and you would imagine that the people who are best at that are probably best at poker, period. But the most popular game has always been Texas Hold'em, and I think that's where it makes a lot of sense for people to put their time into Texas Hold'em, because if you're going – the real money isn't to be had necessarily winning tournaments and cash games unless you legitimately are the best player in the world or one of those best players in the world. But those sponsorship deals, that's the way. When you're not paying your entry fees anymore, when your losses are being covered and you're getting paid a salary because you're directing gamblers to whatever website. Like when that was going on, that's when those people were getting actually rich. Like plenty of people win $10 million in a tournament every year. Like people, they track people's career earnings, and you can see whether they're up or down online. For example, there are guys who have gone on $16 million losing streaks, and it's like, he's just done. But the guys that were shuffling people they get sponsorship money was the thing. I know it's not as big as it once was. I'm sure YouTube poker players probably do pretty well in that regard, but until they open the U.S. up and like make it legal again, I don't know if they're going to have another boom like that. It was a huge industry. I don't remember how much money was the online poker industry was worth, but I thought it was billions. It was crazy. Everybody was playing in the early 2000s. We were all obsessed. Everybody I knew was obsessed. Like my bosses played, my coworkers played. Like everyone was into it.
Do you think if they made the laws surrounding it more lax, it would return to that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If they just made it so that all 50 states could just log into a FDIC sort of guaranteed insured kind of gambling website where you didn't know you were getting ripped off and you could always have your money protected. You didn't have to deal with like the Bahamas or some offline account or some sketchy bullshit or using Amazon cards to move your money or whatever. And then you also allowed like advertising for that gambling. It would just create a cycle of money. You know, like people would watch people play online and on TV, and those people would go online and play, and then it would just go round and round forever. It's a huge industry.
Are we a weird country? Like, is this totally legal in like Europe and other places, or is it? Like,
I don't know. I don't know. I really
think of poker as such an American thing. I've never thought about that before. Like, maybe that's just, you know, Hollywood influencing me.
Well, it's weird the way we legislate around gambling anyway, because we have state lotteries. It's perfectly fine to bet on the horses, but you can't bet on the football game unless you're in this state. Then you absolutely can, but not that football. That's European football. You can't bet on that here. Yeah, it's just like it's this wishy-washy bullshit. Not only that, obviously there's Indian casinos, and then there's places like Las Vegas and Atlantic City and Reno. Well, it's the whole state of Nevada, right? But there's also like riverboat casinos. There's also casinos where they
got those.
In Missouri. And then there's also like offshore casinos where we just drive 3 miles offshore and now we can gamble out here. It's like just do it.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Make a decision. Either make it so it's totally illegal or make it so it's totally legal.
I want Sin City America. I want legalized prostitution. legalized marijuana, legalized machine guns, legalized gambling, all that stuff. It should be like Grand Theft Auto when you walk out. Well, yeah, they just sell those at the store like candy.
It's just being polite.
It's just being polite. It's about hearing protection. It's not about. I saw those assholes. That Democrat was like, who lobbied to put the silencers bill thing in the bill? Was that the assassins lobby? And I'm on the NFA subreddit, and they're like, "You hear that, guys? We're assassins." And everybody's like, "Fucking cool, hell yeah!" Like it's just it just
that is a cool thing
quiet.
to be an assassin.
It makes the gun quiet enough to be polite, not annoy your neighbors, and not hurt your ears. It's not making it whisper quiet, except for
sometimes
some very specific instances, I suppose.
Yeah, when you stack all your buffs.
45 gets real quiet. 45 sounds like a paintball gun. Like
22.
I had that. 22 goes just super, super quiet. And you can, in addition to suppressors, you can get these things called wipes. It's a plastic, a contact lens type looking thing that it goes in the tip of the suppressor, and you sort of put it on there, and then you screw a thing on top to hold it in place, and it creates a solid seal at the end of the barrel that you only break with the first bullet. So that first shot, you also feel the threads or the baffles up with thread cutting oil. It's this thick, gooey oil, and all those things combined together create like a really quiet first
It's
shot.
like the CPU overclocking of quiet shots.
That's exactly what you're doing. Yeah. It's super, super, super crazy quiet. 22s, anything subsonic can be made very, very quiet.
Are 22s subsonic?
Some are, some aren't. Depends what ammo you buy.
Okay. The only one off the top of my head I knew was subsonic was 45.
Is 40? It's not always subsonic, is it?
It's most of the time subsonic, but you can, of course, buy some plus P45 ammo that'll break the sound barrier. I know there is supersonic 45, but if you went to the store and bought 45, you would almost certainly be buying subsonic 45. Like FMJ target ammo, that's all subsonic for the 45. It's like 700 feet per second or something. Maybe not that low. It's low.
Well, I'm glad silencers are back.
We'll see if the big, beautiful bill that robs our grandchildren blind goes through or not.
But don't worry, Kyle. There's plenty of money in there for Israel, because they're popping
we don't
off
run out of ink,
now,
we'll
and they're
be
going to
just
need
fine.
it. Yeah. That's crazy. Hopefully that doesn't escalate even more. But it always...
this is a good thing.
It always feels like we're right on the cusp.
They're enriching uranium. They needed a good blowing up. That's my genuine feelings. Look, I don't like Israel any more than
we're okay with them enriching uranium, right? Like Trump's made a deal where they're allowed to have nuclear power plants.
No, they're enriching it too far. It's like the difference between 87 octane and some 110 racing fuel that they're crafting out of ethanol and evil. It's like, we said you could have gasoline. That's rocket fuel. That's what they're doing.
But so not knowing what I'm talking about, I wondered if having Iranians operate nuclear power plants for the next 15, 20, 50 years, along the way, they'd learn enough to make nuclear missiles.
They would. Yeah. Like I would think so. Have you seen?
They already have the missiles. So the missile technology is just you buy
nuclear warheads. Perhaps I should have said
the miniaturization of the material and putting it in the warhead is the hardest part after the enrichment, which they seem to have a handle on. But that needs to be blown up. I'm sure if Israel launched strikes, then it needed to be done. I'm not even being facetious. I really
they're not ones to make the rubble bounce. They only do the minimum and what's absolutely necessary.
I too take a dim view to some of the heavy-handed tactics being used in Palestine, or excuse me, Western Israel. But
no, it's just. Have you seen the charts of like all the times Netanyahu has stoked the flames about Iran's nuclear capabilities?
I've seen the charts. Have you ever seen
like
one of those?
It's like
a high school science fair. It's a ticking. This is how long America has left to live, and it's like 3 seconds left.
It's like the Netanyahu chart I saw. It was like 1992. Iran is within 2 years of having ICBMs that are have nuclear capacity for payload, and then 1994, and then 1996, then every couple
like
years,
self-driving car claims.
Yes, it's
Just
like the
every
same
year.
thing over and over. And now it's like, again, like, oh, Iran's going to nuke
You know what
us. And it's
Netanyahu
like,
would say to your
like,
silly
you know why
argument,
Iran
Taylor?
wants the nukes so bad? It's
Show 'em
because
so bad.
Israel has
Exactly.
nukes. That's why they want them so bad.
You know what Netanyahu
And
would say
Israel
to
has
your-
real deal nukes. They have the Jericho missile that could like reach LA if they wanted to. Like, it's
Yeah.
a real deal nuclear missile.
Look at this. Look at this cartoon bullshit.
Taylor, checkmate.
Very scientific right here with the Wile E. Coyote.
I was going to
cherry
use the same reference. Yeah.
That's so funny. This looks
bomb. I
like
dumb it down for you Americans. Let me
This
show.
is what they don't show in this photo is every American congressman standing and applauding. They don't want to be the first one to sit down. They have to stand and keep applauding. Yeah, this is like a fucking Tim and Eric sketch. How
Look,
ridiculous
Taylor,
that is. With
Taylor, the reason that these charts keep looking out of date or like poorly aged milk is because of the actions of Israel. Because when they go in there and they blow up these nuclear facilities, all of a sudden that cartoon cherry bomb gets a little less full of Iranian nuclear evil.
it lessens a little bit. And,
Yeah, they
and also
drain it a
like
little.
Iran is one of those countries that's like big talk. Like, we will not stand for this anymore, and then it's like, really, because it looks like you're going to keep standing for it. Oh, look, you did keep standing for it. And so, like, they're a big blustering nation. Seemingly.
Oh yeah. So you don't
Where-
think there's going to be any like counterstrike tonight then from the Iranians? They won't shoot ballistic missiles at Israel.
I'll take that bet. It won't be tonight.
It's coming tonight or tomorrow night.
Well,
I mean,
I'm out now.
didn't
It's really about the 3-hour turnaround.
I mean, we killed Soleimani.
They're mad
We-
about that.
we
They put a
did-
hit
we
out
did-
on Trump for that.
They put a hit
There's-
out on Trump. They don't. Iran is like a powerful country within the Middle East, very much so, but they don't have the ability to project power outside of their region.
is it hard?
They have
How
ballistic
hard
missiles.
is it to shoot like
Shoot what?
the president? Like is he that protected all the time?
That
'Cause
teenager
one
couldn't
good-
knock it out. I'll tell you that.
Well, if he had a better scope, maybe he could. I just don't know how hard. I don't know whether presidents rarely get assassinated because people aren't motivated or because it's really hard to pull off.
We're not going to find out tonight.
I'm not going to
Nope.
shoot him. My plan is to vote against him.
You promise?
Yes.
Do
What you
you-
tell-
that's such a funny question. Do you promise?
What about you, Taylor? Do you promise not to raise arms against Donald Trump?
Never in my life. I'll go wherever Trump leads. When that means that I have to carry a gun and storm into Iran for no benefit to me and mine, I will be gunned down.
No
on the
one
front
is
lines.
storming into Iran. No one is going there. We're just going to blow up their toys when we decide that they're looking too
Storming
cool.
into the blue cities.
Yeah, we just need to keep keep doing exactly what we've been doing for decades in the Middle East, and it
Those
seems to be
Iranians
working.
are a bunch of no goodniks. All right, I'm not going to whitewash their crimes, their evils. They're propping up of all these terroristic regimes, the Houthis and so on and so forth. The bad folk of the world. And
That's
just
true.
because-
That's true. They attacked that ship of ours in the Mediterranean in the 1950s.
That was the other guys. That was
USS Liberty. When was that? Am I wrong?
I think it was the 50s.
62. Was it 62?
I thought it was either early
I'm
60s,
gonna go
late 50s.
67, but I'm still looking.
Do an over and under on Dad's Taylor. How many you think died?
36.
It is 67.
I think it's 32. How many died? Oh, you see,
67 was the year.
I'm gonna say 32. You say 36 deaths. What do you got? Woody?
Yeah.
How many Americans
it's
were
late for me,
slaughtered?
I know the number. Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, yes.
34.
Oh, look at that!
Oh, right in the
You
middle.
went over.
Look at us. The perfect you average our answers. We're on the
32,
fucking money.
36. All right.
Hell yeah.
Pretty good stuff.
Look at us. We know.
Look, that was an accident. Okay. Look, I don't like
true.
it when people start causing a big fuss every time one of our missiles go awry and blow up a fucking Jordanian wedding. Okay. I figure people just need to understand shit happens when you party naked, and occasionally we're going to fuck up. All right. We're blowing up all sorts of shit. You think that was the only wedding we blew up that day? No, we blew up 8 weddings that day. That was the only one that complained.
Oh no. I didn't know we blew up so many weddings that day.
I don't think that's true. And shit happens when you party naked is hilarious.
That is funny. That's a good like quote for Trump to bust out. A lot of smart people telling me shit happens when you party naked. Not to be offensive. But
and then, in the movie Bad Santa, that snot-nosed little kid, that's what his shirt says.
What is that? Oh, dude, that Bad Santa is so fucking funny. That kid, isn't his name? His name is Thurman Merman, right? Your name is Thurman Merman.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jeez.
My favorite part is when he's like, I beat the shit out of some kids today. He's drinking a beer. And that Mitch is like, what the fuck? He's like, made me feel good. And he did. He really beat the shit out of those kids. Every time when he opens his car doors and then the just bottles of liquor rain out. When he's ass fucking that fat chick in the dressing rooms, and John Ritter's character is like overhearing it, and he's like, "Yeah, you ain't gonna shit right for a week." And John Ritter's character is disgusted. He's relaying all this to Bernie Mac's character. He's like, "I heard him in the ladies, big and tall, very passionate sounds, and he said to the lady, you're not going to." SHIT, right, for a week. And Bernie Mac's like, ass fucking. Terrible. Not strictly against policy, though. Not a fireable offense. And he's like eating these fucking peaches, spitting the pits out. I love that movie. It's so dark, and his soul is so black. It's a great dark comedy. And anything Christmas related, it's great. You can haul that out around the holidays for the family.
I like it. I was like, what's the funny part? It just kept dragging on for me.
I like the midget. He's hilarious. God rest his little soul. He passed several years ago. They age like dogs, those poor little guys. 17 years. Fucking terrible. Full of love, but you only get them for so long on this earth. That's the way God wanted it, I guess.
I wish Bad Santa got the elf treatment. And it was just one of those big
holiday
Christmas movies. Yeah.
It is for me.
It is. I go back. Funny.
His opening monologue where he's like, I got half a liver and I'm an ex-con and my life's a black pile of shit, but I can crack a safe okay. My dad taught me that. Only thing he ever did, piece of shit. Just this dark blackness flowing out of his soul. And then he's having like parking lot sex with the hot waitress, and that weird Indian guy like starts trying to rape him or something. It's great. It's great. I love Bad Santa and Billy Bob Thornton in general. Anytime, I don't think I've seen too many things where I didn't like Billy Bob Thornton and his brand of just dark humor and sort of I'm a piece of shit that he exudes. He must be a piece of shit, right? There's no way he can act that good. He seems like an asshole.
Yeah.
Landman, he's that character, by the way. I recommend Landman to you. It's the only Taylor Sheridan written, produced, owned piece of shit that I would recommend to anybody.
Is it good?
To me, it's good. You were right about the propaganda. He does spew some anti-EPA propaganda at that one point, but I ate it up because he sold it to me so well. He put a fucking bow on it.
It was convincing, yeah.
He was like, you dumb shitty bitch. Don't you know how much CO2 is produced by that concrete? And how many years before we're going to have to rip it all out? And it's like, fuck, Billy Bob's a man. He knows what's up. He's got a dick.
They're going all the way to like the tractor trailer that delivered the equipment as if that's like this major thing, right?
He broke it down well. No, I recommend Landman. Man, he's a representative for an oil company, like securing wells and such. And he's just an awkward, mean son of a bitch. And his jailbait daughter, who is played by a 22, 24-year-old, is just really nice to look at. Just pussy lips popping everywhere. Just camel toe all day, every day. It's a good show. Anytime I start getting bored of like the show, all of a sudden like Pussy Pants McGee shows back up on screen, and I'm right back on board again.
I wonder if the next season will be the same. Because I
hope you're tighter and deeper.
Who's the Game of Thrones chick, the Mother Dragons, the actress Emilia Clarke?
Yeah.
I felt like she kind of pulled away from the nudity.
She did. But she became the star of the show and an A-lister. This is some little show on AMC. That little bitch is going to show that pussy all we want.
I just wonder if she's going to start having higher standards and back off on the labia show.
No, get them Lululemons and pull them up all the way.
Is
you know why he named Lululemon? Lululemon.
I was about to ask if that was true because that's the kind of shit I would do.
It is true.
Like, okay.
Tell me, I don't know the story.
It's because the guy who made Lululemon thought it was funny how Asian people would have to say Lululemon, and so he picked that as his product name, and so it'd be like Ruru Ramen, like that made him laugh because we're kindred spirits.
If you don't know Woody, they're like super trendy and very expensive. Nice.
Spandex pants,
leggings, and all
yoga
sorts.
pants. Yoga pants. Yeah.
They have men's stuff now too. I think maybe
makes you just pop.
I bet they don't sell.
Oh,
Did you buy Lululemon stuff?
No, I don't buy very expensive clothes. Usually,
we're kindred spirits.
I also don't want some of them.
We have the same like glitted shirt sometimes.
We have the same exact Amazon fucking Basics shirt that we're sitting on here. It's like, no, it's not Amazon Basics. It has an A and an M that kind of falls off after you wash it 50 times.
Lululemon for men. Let's see what this looks like. Because I'm imagining some real nut huggers. Oh, okay. This is like nice shit.
Really?
Oh, it's like linen pants and like summer khaki. Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, these are like normal clothes.
Like yacht wear.
Shirts
it's like just nice summer spring like.
It's the kind of shit you would have worn with Sperry's when those were in vogue 20 years ago at this point, I guess. I had Sperry's in like high school, I think, and my God, the smell.
Oh yeah,
rancid.
What are those?
They're like Dockers, these like leather brown sailing shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're like super comfortable sailing shoes. Like they were great. They were super soft, felt nice. You didn't have to wear socks with them. But then like my 14-year-old feet would just smell absurdly. I remember it was like
you have to wear socks with them.
It was like the Birkenstocks era. I remember when everybody thought Birkenstocks were cool in middle school, there would be kids who would have them, and like I would just be sitting in class and I would suddenly smell something offensive, and I'd look over and it'd be like fucking Ted popped his Birkenstocks off under the seat under his desk, and it was like, holy cow, I gotta stop wearing these.
More than once my mom put my Sperry's on the front porch. It's just outside the house.
Yeah, they smell awful.
If I couldn't find them, I knew where they were. They were on the porch.
There's that scene in The Office where they go to the wedding and Kevin left his shoes out in the hallway to be polished. but the staff found that the smell was so offensive that it had become a health hazard. So they were incinerated.
So they had to be destroyed.
And he's like, that's my only pair of shoes that I have. And then at the wedding, he walks out and he's got his feet in tissue boxes. He's wearing like Kleenex boxes for shoes.
I empathize. I get it. He had some.
Can't wear shoes without socks. I learned that a long time ago. I had a pair of loafers that I would just slip on and like go to the mailbox, and I was like, "These smell like death. These smell like death."
25-year-olds watching who listen to you talk about The Office the way you listen to people talk about Friends.
Well, those people have bad taste. Like Friends is not a good show.
Like, you know, the Office is pretty much before their time. They were kids when they
no. Mm-hmm. First of all, both of those shows have seen a Zoomer interest and huge resurgence of their popularity because Zoomers are into both of those shows big time. But The Office more than any other. The Office is incredibly popular. Its popularity has to entirely surpass that of Friends, even though that one drug addict that was on there got stewed to death like fucking roast beef.
R.I.P.
Yeah.
Friends, I used Friends as like a background show while I was working out, probably 2018 or so. And by the time I was a little bit in, I almost finished most of the series like indignantly, where I was like, wow, my thought about this show, based on what people had told me, mostly girls should have known then, that like, they're like, oh, this is like a Seinfeld, but just like, you know, kind of different in how funny it is, but it's just as funny as Seinfeld. Not even close. The best episode of Friends couldn't touch the absolute worst episode of Seinfeld. Not even close. They're not even
It's
vaguely.
genuine trash.
None of it was fun. None of it was funny. None of it was funny. The dude had a monkey for like 2 episodes, and they decided, "Hey guys, we're having too much
for a season.
We're having too much fun here with the monkey, so we're gonna pull him out." And then the only good part was Jennifer Aniston's hard nips. That was the only thing I liked.
I think you're overlooking Monica.
Monica's nips were great also, but other than that, it'd be like, oh, now we get a cutscene with fucking Joey in his like masturbation captain seat, where they both sit there together.
I always hated it. I never laughed at it. When it's one of those shows where you pull the laugh track and it's exposed as a fraud of a show.
Yeah,
it's like, this is bullshit. This is in today's world where we have so many options, it wouldn't even be a top 20 fucking show.
Oh,
it
yeah.
would have got alive in the ratings like the first season or two, because there's nothing there. There's nothing there but pretty whores with ridiculous like amounts of money based on their careers. Like, I don't know how a paleontologist has all that money, but the waitress has as much money as they're all incredibly rich inexplicably, and they're dirty whores. They're all dirty whores.
They're all disgusting whores.
You know the explanation for why they're so wealthy? It's because if you're going to shoot something, you can't do it in a small apartment.
Yeah,
that's why their place was so large. They needed room for cameras and such. And so I'm not trying to say it was a good show. But that show in its prime did for me what I sometimes like music to do. It's just a little uplifting, right? It's not serious. It's not a great work of art. I don't think it's going to live on in time memoriam. But when that theme song came on about the friends, and then they had their little jokes and the laugh track hit.
What Fresh Prince of Bel-Air is.
Maybe I smiled more than I would have if some other show was on.
Have you ever seen the episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where Will's dad shows up? And he's like all lovey-dovey with Will, but then he abandons him again at the end, even though they had the trip planned. And they had this big scene with Uncle Phil yelling at the dad, and then Will shows up, and him and Phil hug it out, and he's crying. Like that's a good show.
Yes,
that's a good fucking show. Prince of Bel-Air the whole way through was a great show. Great.
There's another scene I really liked where Carlton. Is it called Carlton? Thank you. It was called A Sellout. And he kind of, talks about like his own value system. And it's like, yeah, all right. Yeah, you be you. I like it.
Yeah, Carlton ruled. I always liked Carlton.
He had his own dance.
Yeah, he was fun.
It's in Fortnite, I think.
And I liked the butler. He was great.
Giles?
Mm-hmm.
Giles.
I think Giles was his name. I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Aunt Viv, who got replaced, the actress did.
They could have replaced her. They could have replaced her 15 times, and I wouldn't have given a shit.
It's all about Uncle Phil.
Didn't matter. Yeah, it was about Uncle Phil.
Maybe if she was better, we wouldn't feel that way about her. Because I agree with what you said, right? Did Uncle Phil originally have such a banger part, or did he just hit it out of the park again and again until they wrote more for him?
He's great.
That's probably right. Great. Yeah. It is interesting when shows take that route where it's like clearly someone was intended to be like on the outskirts, and then it's like, no, this guy just kills it. We got to write a Phil-centric episode. Everybody likes Phil.
Parks and Rec, the name of the Guardian of the Galaxy actor.
Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt, yeah. So Chris Pratt originally had a very small role. He was only supposed to be in that for a couple episodes. Kept hitting it out of the park, and eventually he became one of the main cast.
Yeah.
Well, you're forgetting the main thing. I'm having to look the guy's name up. Steve Brandana, that's what it was. Brandanovich in season 1. All right, so Parks and Rec
sucked, and he wasn't funny.
That's the problem. So Parks and Rec is like written and produced by the same team as The Office. They wanted a carbon copy of The Office, and so that's what Parks and Rec was supposed to be. Obviously, you see some carryover. The guy who plays cousin Mose in The Office, he's the writer, director, creative behind Parks and Rec. He comes over with Amy Poehler and does a new thing. They bring the one actress came over. I can't think of her name. She's the main actress in Parks and Rec. But they had this Steve Brandanovich character or something, and he's the Jim of Parks and Rec in season 1. He's the quasi love interest for the Leslie Knope character. He's flirty, he's handsome, he's like available, but he's a little bit of a man whore, and it came off bad. He came off as sleazy and disinterested, and Leslie kind of comes off as a mean character in season 1. They had to fine tune that as well, but they just straight up like kicked him off the show and replaced him with Andy in season 2, and then going on, Andy became a main player because, like you said, he was a couch surfing shitty boyfriend. and he was
Yeah.
do that, and then that was going to be it.
To their credit, I appreciate the pivots. You know, that they kind of reevaluated their talent after their little filming and said, this guy wins, this guy loses. And I think they made the right call.
Office mutates over time. Obviously, you had Michael Scott being a scumbag in season 1. And also, his hair is wild. And then Kevin in season 1, Kevin's like a normal guy. I mean,
almost, right?
He's got like, he's a musician and he's a gambler and he's into the Eagles and he's an accountant. And by the end, it's like, I am retarded.
Yeah, he's like an actual retard by the end, which was funny. That scene where he, I know we're just talking about fucking TV show moments now, but like seeing when it aired, because The Office was a show that my family and I would watch as it was coming out most weeks when I was young. And that scene where he like comes in with the chili and just has the most aggressive spill of any food I've ever seen. Like, I was dying in my living room with my family laughing at how fucking funny him trying to scoop it up with like a clipboard and shit was. That was so fucking fun. Like, when you physical comedy, like, you can really appreciate it in the moment because it's like, this guy had one shot at it's like the Kramer stuff. Like, some of the stuff Kramer pulls off is like, that's so like I'm sure the most obvious example
stuff marks on the door and stuff where like they've done that thing like so many times that he's kicked that door 50, 100 fucking times and it's just covered with black rubber scuff marks.
It's so good. Kramer, I think, is the goat of the physical humor as far as like modern era stuff. Like, there's all of it is so fucking good, so funny. But even you watch season 1 of Seinfeld, Kramer is not a complete lunatic yet.
It's played down.
Like, he's more muted. He like he's polite to Jerry.
So you're talking about when a character originally is one thing and he sort of takes the show over. Family Matters with Steve Urkel. Like Family So I love those black sitcoms. I watched more of those growing up than anything. Dude. And Family Matters, for those who don't know, is a black sitcom from the early 90s that had the nerdy neighbor character named Steve Urkel. The main cast was a black cop and his big black family, and the kids go to school and they got the grandma living there, and there's the romance and the support in the family because money's tight. And then Steve Urkel's this nerd who's into Laura, who's the main who's the cop's daughter. By the end of that show, it was the Urkel hour. Urkel would do time travel. Urkel made a machine that would turn him into an alter ego. His name was Steven Urkel, but his alter ego's name was Stefan.
Yeah, I didn't like Stefan.
Stefan would slide in like, "Hey, Laura, how's it?" And Laura's super into Stefan, which I thought was super bullshit. It's like, it's Steven Urkel, like this. But he took over that show. He became
Kent
the
had a
star
better
of that
disguise.
show. Oh, it wasn't even a disguise. She was just like, Urkel had to deal with the fact that Laura just was only into him when he went through his wacky sci-fi machine that he had in the early seasons. It's 100% grounded in reality. It's a cop and his family living in Chicago. By the end, it's sci-fi. Like we've got Doctor Who living next door.
I hated the Stefan bits in Family Matters. Did not like Stefan at all. I agree.
I was a kid, so I liked all that shit. It was like, turn him cool.
I was a kid. I was a younger kid. I didn't like it.
True.
Yeah,
fair. Yeah.
That's fair. That checks out.
Yeah.
Well,
poor Will Smith. What a fall.
I think we've had a fun time. You guys ready to call it?
I am. PKA 756.